runs on 9 hits, no errors. In that game, Dax Whitney started, Jacob Kamatz, Isaac Yeager, and A.J. Hutchison all pitched, and each allowed 1 earned run. I wouldn't be surprised if Kamatz and perhaps Hutch would have a second shot at Michigan. But we'll tell you more about the potential pitchers and the starting pitcher in our next segment. We'll go through the whole starting lineups when we return. That was your matchup history from Holland America Line. Discover Alaska with Holland America, a proud partner of OSU Athletics. See more glaciers in Alaska with Holland America than any other cruise line. Book your Alaska vacation today at hollandamerica.com. Starting lineups next on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
The game clock is winding down, and so is that plate of piping hot steak nachos. Your eyes are on the last play, but they're also on that last chip, piled high with succulent steak, lending its deep flavor to all the fixins. Just as you reach in, so does your buddy. Game on. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Brought to you by the Ranchers and Farmers of Oregon and the Oregon Beef Council.
Pacific Office Automation is an official sponsor of Oregon State Athletics. Let us help you create your total office solution with copiers and printers, security systems and cameras, managed IT and cloud services, unified communications and telephones, including carrier services, plus temperature sensing kiosks and more. The one source for all your office technology solutions. Go to pacificoffice.com. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
At Builders First Source, we're proud to be the nation's largest supplier of home building materials with 14 locations across Oregon and Southwest Washington. Our team is driven to deliver for our customers and help tackle the toughest challenges on the job site. We offer expert advice as you shop our extensive selection of lumber, siding, windows and doors, roof and floor trusses, decking, pre-cut, ready frame, and more for your next project. Stop by our locations in Tangent or McMinnville or go to bldr.com to find a location near you.
Pacific Power is proud to support Oregon State Athletics by providing the safe, reliable energy that lights our campus, keeps our laptops charged, and powers opportunities every day. From the classroom to the weight room, from groundbreaking research labs to research stadium, Pacific Power is always there to help propel our students and our community forward. Pacific Power, powering your greatness. Let's go Beavs!
Over 10 minutes away from first pitch here between Oregon State and Michigan. A rematch between the Beavs and the Wolverines. Mitch Canham walking out on the field, chatting with his dad, Mark Canham, in the front row. Let's get you the starting lineups, including the lineup that Mitch has filled out for OSU in the fourth game here in Surprise. We'll start with Michigan's starting lineup. The starting 9 for the Wolverines begins with the same guy as Friday. Braden Jeffress once again leads off and plays third base. Cade Lottahoff is the designated hitter and batting second. He had 3 hits on Friday against Oregon State. Colby Turner bats third and plays second. Noah Miller is the cleanup hitter and catcher. Carson Luna bats fifth, the first baseman. Evan Hager, the hero for Michigan on Friday with the game-winning hit. He's batting sixth for Michigan today and playing right field. Greg Pace Jr. bats seventh and plays center field. Josh Campbell hits eighth. He's in left. And Drew Culbertson rounds out the 9. He's the shortstop. On the mound today for the Wolverines is David Lally Jr. He's a 6'5 senior, transfer from Notre Dame. He has pitched already this season. It was against Oregon State in relief. He went 1 1/3 innings as the first guy out of the bullpen, did not allow a run. And now his second appearance of the weekend, if you include this President's Day as part of the weekend, is now in a start against OSU. So he pitches twice in Surprise, both times against the Beavers. His counterpart is a guy making his Beaver debut. On the mound today for Oregon State is Trey Morris, a true freshman, 6'2", 258 from California in the Fresno area. Morris, a lefty from Eastern California. He's a fastball, changeup, slider, curveball guy. We'll tell you more about him as we go, but this is his first appearance in an Oregon State uniform. The starting 9 for Oregon State today begins with A.J. Singer, as it has each game. Singer playing second base. Easton Talt bats second. He's in right field once again. Nyan Hayes bats third. and he is in center field. Bryce Hubbard, the cleanup hitter and designated hitter. Bryson Glasgow will make his Oregon State debut. Glasgow, the Clackamas Community College transfer, will play third base and bat fifth. Jacob Galloway in the starting lineup again. He's catching all 4 games here in Surprise. He's batting sixth. Jacob Craig bats seventh and plays first base. They're announcing the starting lineups right now in the stadium, and they just said Josh Proctor's name. A little louder applause for him in particular because of the walk-off yesterday. He's getting his second start as a Beaver and second consecutive. It's once again in left field and batting eighth. Batting ninth is Tyler Inge. He's at shortstop once again against his former team. The only game he did not start here in Surprise was against Michigan on Friday. Now he does get to play the team he just transferred from here today. Inge batting ninth. Let's take a break and come back with Mitch Canham when we return. Our skipper conversation right after this with first pitch just after noon local time here in the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
At Oregon State Credit Union, we weren't just founded in Beaver Country, we were born a Beaver and have been part of the OSU family from the start. And we're proud to be the official credit union of Oregon State University Athletics. Right now, you can earn a $300 bonus when you open any checking account. Get rewarded and bank where your Beaver pride runs deep. Join the credit union that was born a Beaver just like you. Open an account online at OregonStateCU.com/checking or visit your local branch. Federally insured by NCUA, limited time offer and some restrictions apply.
Just like turning the perfect double play, you need to be in sync with the rest of your construction crew. So why is arranging childcare still the hardest part of your day? Enter Childcare for Construction. We help registered apprentices and new journey workers afford reliable childcare from a licensed provider or even a state-approved family member. Learn more at oregon.gov/BOLI/apprenticeship. When workers thrive, Oregon thrives. Go Beavs.
Hear that? Exactly. That. Exactly. That's the sound of McDonald's Extra Value Meal. Sausage McMuffin with egg, hash brown, small hot coffee, and sweet golden silence. All for only $5. Price and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Mitch Canham teaches his team the values of hard work, dedication, and swinging for the fences. That's the same philosophy at Umpqua Dairy. For over 90 years, they've produced award-winning ice cream. Just like the Beavers baseball team, Umpqua Dairy has picked up its fair share of national championships through the years. Check out their flavor of the month at umpquadairy.com and find their Oregon-made ice cream at your favorite grocery store. Umpqua Dairy and OSU baseball, a home run combination.
All right, well, it's time for Game 4 here in Surprise, closing out our time in Arizona with a rematch against Michigan. It's time for our coach interview as Mitch Canham joins us now on the pregame show. Well, Mitch, a grinded-out game yesterday with Stanford, ultimately a walk-off winner with Josh Proctor singling through the right side. How fun was that to see a back-and-forth game, a tough game at times to get the offense going, but a pretty fun one to end?
Yeah, there's a lot of moments in that game where it had you scratching your head, and then also to extreme elation at the end of it. Obviously, seeing the young buck come out and get the game-winning knock. We're going to play in some tight ball games. That's what you want early on. You got to understand what it is you got in that clubhouse that also shows up in the dugout, that also shows up on the field. So a ton of learning moments, as always, early on. And there's again a couple of moments in the game you're scratching your head like, man, we've talked about this. What's going on right now? But emotions, tempo of the game. And as the year goes on, I expect to see us slow it down a little bit more. The pitching has always had high expectations. Our defense has high expectations. And our offense, is going to be something that continues to grow and stay within ourselves. We're capable of those big innings. And shoot, on Friday, we got a bases loaded situation, Talt hitting, and, we get a line out. And we've had a handful of line outs thus far this weekend. So I anticipate the tables turning a little bit at some point.
Yeah. Mitch Canham joining us in the pregame show. For Josh Proctor in particular, you mentioned a couple head-scratching moments. One of those was probably his earlier in the game, but for him to slow down a little bit and to find a hole through the right side when it mattered most, what did you like out of your freshman's performance?
Well, I'm sure Coach Gibson already hit on it with our offensive unit. The nice thing is we know he can lay down a sack bunt, right? Great technique. Guy's never bunted in his life, but he squared up early and laid down a peach. Unfortunately, it was with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. And there was a lot of communicating on that one. I'm sure everyone's wondering what's going on, as was I. So we cleared our head on that one, and just like that, it makes a big play in the outfield, diving catch, and then comes up with the game on the line and drives in Vance at second to win it. And the guy in right field has a howitzer as well. And so fortunately the ball carried offline as we kind of froze at second base. So we still got to clean up a lot of base running stuff, as the combo today was push harder on the bases, stronger 90s, better turns, you name it. But I know as I met with people from Beaver Nation after the game, they're like, "Whoa, you're really, testing my heart right now and bringing up the blood pressure." So that's good. These are good moments for us.
One of the things, big storylines coming in is, small ball, probably not as much power. Yesterday, you win a game with 4 hits. Is that kind of the identity you expect to have this season, of being able to win games like that?
Yeah, like being excited to finish the game. Yeah. That's why we brought everybody up on the 6. It's winning time. It's where we go to win. It's not where we play not to lose. And we put pressure on the defense because we have speed. And so when Hayes hits the ball to third, and they try to turn a double play on it, he gets down the line, and we're able to beat out a double play, or forcing the defense to rush throws. They're going to make mistakes, and very uncharacteristic of a team like Stanford to have 3 errors. But again, just keep putting balls in play and putting pressure on the defense.
Yeah. A final thing for you, Mitch. 4 games in a row is a lot to test a pitching staff. How do you feel like the bullpen has performed so far, and where you're lined up to go today?
I think we got a lot of fresh arms down there. A lot of guys that threw earlier on that are ready to go again. Getting that first touch is important, and I think for our younger guys to watch what the other guys are doing is also extremely valuable. So we got a lot of fresh ponies down there ready to get out there and hit the gates running.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Well, Mitch, good luck in today's game against Michigan. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Go Beavs.
Well, there's our interview with head coach Mitch Canham. He mentioned the fresh ponies. We were talking before the interview, and he noted a few particular pitchers that are most likely to come out of the bullpen today. Jack Giordano, Zach Edwards, Zach Kamatz are some of the names, but basically anyone available other than Isaac Yeager and the starters who have already gone so far this week. And that's what we expect. We'll see who comes out of the pen today in this rematch with Michigan. Well, the interview with Mitch Canham is brought to you by the home team partner, WaFd Bank. It is time to give the home team the advantage. For all your homeowner needs, turn to the Beaver Home Team and WaFd Bank. Check out OSUBeavers.com/home team to see what the Beaver Home Team can do for you. Go local and go Beavs. The only team that has beaten Oregon State so far is on tap right after this. First pitch between the Beavers and the Michigan Wolverines to close out our time in Surprise after this break. You're listening to Beaver Baseball on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Whether it's OSU Game Day or you're getting ready for OSU Game Day, make sure Dairy Mart is on your playlist. With 39 neighborhood stores throughout the Willamette Valley, Dairy Mart has everything you'll need for a great game. Beer and pop, ice, chips, healthy, fresh-to-go snacks, even hot deli items, and your favorite Lockmead dairy products. Stop into your local Dairy Mart and get what you really want for Beavers Game Day.
Dairy Mart is here, man. Dairy Mart's right here.
It's time for today's Benny's Buddies Pet Spotlight, the official fan club for your favorite pets. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Today we're featuring Benny's Buddies members, Plum and Kiwi from Albany. Plum and Kiwi love spending time with their family and cheering on the Beavs from home. Sign up your pet today at OSUBeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter, and Toyota and Oregon State will be giving away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with the tools and services to make running your business smooth and easy. WaFd Bank is here to help make it happen with options like credit cards, term loans, lines of credit, and cash flow tools like FinSync, so you get paid in hours, not weeks. It's never been easier to get the funding and tools you need to grow your business and meet your goals. Take on the new year with a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com or your local branch and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Member FDIC, loans subject to credit approval.
Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services is your local nonprofit dedicated to providing employment opportunities to veterans and those facing physical and economic challenges within our community. Founded by a veteran in 2013, Blue Sun Inc. has helped more than 2,500 people find employment opportunities, resulting in more than $21 million in net wages going back to the local economy. To learn more about Blue Sun Inc. and how you can help provide employment opportunities, please visit bluesuninc.com. Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services, proud to partner with Oregon State Athletics. Go Beavs!
On the Beavers Sports Network from Learfield.
It's a high drive to deep left field. It is something else. Way back into the parking lot. So long. The 2-2 pitch, a slow tapper. Oh, it's got speed. The bare hand throw to first. Not in time. Drive to left field and deep. Williams goes back into the bleachers.
Beaver Baseball is brought to you by Oregon State Credit Union, the official credit union of OSU Athletics. Safeway. Stop into Safeway, your exclusive grocery partner of Oregon State Athletics. The Barbers, where guys go for great cuts. Beavs Mobile. Only one wireless service is built for Beaver Nation. Visit beavsmobile.com to make the switch. And by Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved. PacificOffice.com. Play ball! Now let's get ready for the first pitch.
Hi again, everybody, for the fourth time from Billy Parker Field at Surprise Stadium in Surprise, Arizona. We welcome you to Oregon State Baseball. For Michael Tacken back in studio and alongside Rich Burke here in the press box from Surprise, this is Josh Warden welcoming you into the first rematch of the Oregon State season and the first chance at revenge. The only team to beat Oregon State so far this year is the one team the Beavers play twice here in Surprise. Oregon State losing on opening day to Michigan. And after 2 wins in the meantime, including a walk-off victory yesterday, the Beavs are back at it again against the Wolverines, and we're ready to go. Trey Morris has finished his warm-up pitches, and he's about to throw his first toss to Braden Jefferis here on a slightly cooler day in Surprise. Still good temperatures, in fact, almost perfect. 68 degrees. No wind currently. Oregon State with the black uniforms, white pants. Michigan in the gray jerseys. Here's Morris's first pitch of his Oregon State career. It's right down the middle for strike one. Network stations will get an ID in here momentarily. Morris, a true freshman from the Fresno, California area. 6'2", 258. He's a big kid. A left-hander against a left-hand batter. His second pitch, another fastball swing and a miss. He's high 8s, low 9s on the heater, changeup, slider, and curveball. He throws all 4 of them. All 4 are good, the coaches say, kind of old school in terms of his repertoire, his ability to throw all 4 pitches and mix speeds, not rely on any one. Here's an 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Fastball up above the zone, and Braden Jefferis went after it. Strike 3. 3 pitches, and Trey Morris has his first career strikeout, a McDonald's strikeout for the newest Beaver.
Those 3 pitches, 89, 88, and 89 miles an hour.
Fastball does the job. Cade Lottahoff steps in from the right side. 1 out, nobody on. You're in this Monday affair. Happy President's Day, everyone. First pitch to Lottahoff is just a bit high, ball 1 from Trey Morris. He's kind of fighting for the 5th starting pitcher role / relief. I'm sure he'll have some opportunities in both as the year goes along. His first chance is in a starting spot. The 1-0 pitch to Lottahoff. A fastball strikes the zone, 1-1. Coach is saying he could be a Saturday starter at a lot of different schools. Here with so many good starters at Oregon State, he's in a lesser role of sorts, but hey, this is a big game right here, starting game 4 of the season. 1-1, breaking ball, catches the top of the zone. Jason Starkovich pointing A strike. It's 1-2. Starkovich calling balls and strikes. Angel Campos, Travis Agert, and Patrick Riley, our fellow umpires from first, second, and third, respectively. Infield shifted to the left. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Fastball popped up on the infield. Should be playable for Singer. AJ comes in from second base, makes the play, 2 down. And before we get to Colby Turner here, let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield. Well, good start so far for Trey Morris. 2 batters retired. Here in the top of the first inning, Colby Turner, the hitter for Michigan, which is a 3-0 club now. They've done great here in Surprise. First pitch down and in. Michigan defeated Oregon State, held on for a dramatic win against Stanford, 7-6, and then looked pretty solid against Arizona. Never trailed against the second-ranked team that they've beaten. They defeat both Oregon State and the Wildcats. They could sweep the entire time here. 1-0 pitch, a hard-hit liner foul up the left side for Turner, 1-1. Turner went 1 for 5 on Friday against Oregon State. The hero is Evan Hager. He's in the starting lineup again. He's batting 6th. He had the 2 RBI single to tie it in the 6th inning, 2 RBI single to take the lead in the 8th inning. Continued to play well the rest of the weekend, was named tournament MVP. This Monday game is not officially part of this tournament, just an added non-conference game. 1-1 pitch, just a little high, 2-1. Infield shifted pretty heavily to the left side. 3 infielders left of second base. A.J. Singer with his black cleats just behind the infield dirt. Outfield playing straight up. Morris has his sign and the 2-1 delivery. Fastball hit on the ground, foul again, left of third base, 2-2. Jacob Galloway, the starting catcher today. It's Bryson Glasgow at third, his first playing time for Oregon State of his OSU career. Tyler Inge at short, A.J. Singer, the second baseman. Jacob Craig all alone on the right side of the infield, first baseman. The outfield is Proctor, Hayes, and Talt from left to right. Morris checks his wristband for the sign and readies for the 2-2. Here she comes. Fastball hit on the dirt, foul. It connected off the foot of the batter Turner and rolled back to Morris. And then he throws it away to get a new baseball. 2 balls, 2 strikes, trying to go 1-2-3 in his first career inning for Oregon State. 6'2", 258. They were trying to trim him down a little bit in the offseason. He's ready to go. His pitch, breaking ball, swung on and missed. Strike 3. Trey Morris punches out a pair in his first inning in an Oregon State uniform. 2 McDonald strikeouts for the freshman, and he goes 1-2-3 here in the first. So we head to the bottom of the first. It's the Michigan Wolverines, nothing, and the Oregon State Beavers coming up. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield.
Turning the perfect double play? You need to be in sync with the rest of your construction crew. So why is arranging childcare still the hardest part of your day? Enter Childcare for Construction. We help registered apprentices and new journey workers afford reliable childcare from a licensed provider or even a state-approved family member. Learn more at oregon.gov/BOLI/apprenticeship. When workers thrive, Oregon thrives. Go Beavs.
From Disney and Pixar comes a technology where humans can live like animals by pretending to be an animal.
This is like Avatar. This is nothing like Avatar. This technology gives us access to the animal world. We call it hoppers. It worked! Hey, Rabbit! What's up, man? What's up, friend? What is up with all of you?
On March 6th.
What's your name, Beaver?
Mabel!
Welcome, Mabel, everyone!
Disney and Pixar's Hoppers. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Only in theaters March 6th. Tickets available now.
Are you 55 or more in the community? Have you ever wanted to be an Oregon State cheerleader? P3 Health Partners can make that happen. Go to osubeavers.com/senior cheer squad to learn more. The true freshman Trey Morris goes through the Michigan order quickly. 1-2-3 frame in the top of the first. And now Oregon State will face David Lally Jr. again. He pitched in relief on Friday against Oregon State, 1 1/3 scoreless innings. And now we'll face A.J. Singer, Easton Talt, and Nyan Hayes in the bottom of the first inning. Oregon State did not have a lot of offense yesterday, just 4 hits, only 1 extra base hit, a double, and that didn't even lead to a run. It was an Easton Talt double in the 8th inning. He was stranded, and so Oregon State had to scratch out some runs with singles and with some help. 3 errors by Stanford. Only 1 run that Oregon State got yesterday was earned. And now today they'll try to pick up some early offense. As they have done here, they've scored in the first inning every game in Surprise. We'll see if they can go 4 for 4 in that category. David Lally, the right-hander, finishes his warm-up pitches, and A.J. Singer climbs in from the right side. Wearing the black uniforms with the orange OSU across the chest. They wore these on Saturday. Lally, who works from the stretch at all times, his first pitch of the day. Swing and a miss from A.J. Singer, a little off-speed. Singer had 1 chance against Lally on Friday. David came in with a clean inning, loaded the bases with 1 out, but Singer had a little check swing roller and a force out at home. 0-1 pitch is outside, 1-1. Ultimately, Oregon State did not score that inning. Talt came up next and lined out, so Lally got out of a bases-loaded 1-out jam and then got the leadoff out the next inning. So 1 1/3 scoreless but dramatic innings against OSU. 1-1 pitch. Singer tried to check his swing. They appeal, and he did go. So it's strike 2 on A.J. 2 for 4 yesterday. Singer had a good day at the plate, and he's 4 for 12 here in Surprise. Almost had 3 hits yesterday. Challenged to play at first, but he was ruled out. A 1-2 delivery. He takes a breaking ball that comes back over the plate for strike 3, and he is down looking. David Lally Jr. strikes out Singer, brings up Easton Talt in a scoreless game. Bottom of the first inning. 1 out and nobody on for the senior outfielder. Talt the one with that line drive against Lally. The bases loaded. Oregon State hadn't given up the lead yet. They ended up allowing that 2 RBI single to lose. It was kind of in retrospect. They wish they had made more of that inning against Lally. The right-hander misses outside on the first pitch to Talt, a changeup. Lally, who led the team in innings last year, 76 of those, had a 4.95 ERA in his first year in a Michigan uniform, previously 2 years at Notre Dame. 1-0. Talt checked his swing. The pitch was in the zone. The catcher Miller pointed down to third to see if Talt went and then realized Jason Starkovich had called it a strike, so no need. 1 ball, 1 strike to Easton Talt. 3 for 11 so far this season is Talt. 1-1 pitch. Changeup outside, 1-2. Talt changed bats this year. He used a 33-inch, 30-ounce bat last year, upgraded a bit, half an inch longer, half an ounce heavier, something that Travis Bazzana made the same change his sophomore year. Kind of helps with the mechanics, Talt was saying. 2-1 pitch over the middle for strike 2. He was saying, well, Boz was telling me it kind of helps with the rotational mechanics. It just a different feel, helps me get the barrel around and getting used to it. If anything, if it's something Travis Bazzana does, it's probably a good thing. So Talt wielding a slightly larger bat this year. Here's the 2-2. Swings and flies one to left field. Well hit. Campbell on his horse towards the foul line, and it goes foul. Pretty deep fly ball that one hopped the fence, but by the time it landed, a good 20 feet left of the left field line. So it's still a 2-2 count to Easton Talt. Nobody on base for Oregon State. 1 out. Nyan Hayes is on deck for OSU. Talked to Joey Wong about his decision at third. The third base coach who waved around Cooper Vance to score yesterday in the walk-off. Use a 2-2 to Talt, change up outside, 3-2. Vance had started to run back to second when Josh Proctor made contact. And I asked Joey, did you think, am I going to send him? I thought he wouldn't. But he said, we wanted to test him. It's a low-scoring game. You got to get runs when you can. Make the right fielder make a good throw. And it all worked out. I asked what was the book on the right fielder. He said he's got a good arm. It wasn't that we thought he'd be bad. Here's the 3-2 to Talt. Swings through and strikes out. 2 punch-outs for David Lally to open up this ball game. Both starting pitchers with 2 Ks in the first inning. Nyan Hayes comes up next with nobody on base and 2 down. No score in the first inning.
Joey Wong was the unsung hero yesterday. He also had the second baseman, A.J. Singer, perfectly positioned on Charlie Bates' ground out in the 8th inning. It's a different ball game if he's playing where a second baseman would typically play.
Very true. Hayes is his first at-bat of the day. Here's the pitch. He swings and fouls it back to the backstop. I asked Josh Natai today, the younger brother of Jimmy, second baseman for Stanford. So 2 brothers on the opposite side of the walk-off winner. Josh didn't play. Jimmy, the starting second baseman for Stanford. And they did have dinner yesterday together. As Hayes takes a strike, 0-2. I asked, how is Jimmy doing? Was he okay? He said he was fine. That's baseball. He's pretty dialed in mentally. Josh said, I was chirping him all game. A little friendly trash talk. And Jimmy, the Stanford elder brother, said, I didn't even hear you all game. David Lally into his wind. The 0-2 to Hayes. Hayes gets good contact. High fly ball to center. Pace running back, and he stops near the warning track. Makes the catch, and the inning is over. Well hit ball, but it died. And straight away center field. It's a 1-2-3 inning for both pitchers. Each guy with 2 strikeouts. We head to the second inning in a scoreless affair. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield.
Pacific Office Automation is an official sponsor of Oregon State Athletics. Let us help you create your total office solution with copiers and printers, security systems and cameras, managed IT and cloud services, unified communications and telephones, including carrier services, plus temperature sensing kiosks and more. The one source for all your office technology solutions. Go to pacificoffice.com. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
It's time to give the home team the advantage. For all your homeowner needs, turn to the Beaver Home Team. WaFd Bank is your local business, providing outstanding service for your local home banking needs. You can count on WaFd Bank to help you score big for your banking needs. Check out osubeavers.com/home team to see what the Beaver Home Team can do for you. Go local and go Beavs.
Beaver Baseball brought to you by Pacific Source Health Plans. With plans for individuals, families, employers, and Medicare eligibles, Pacific Source does what's right, not just what's required. Well, Trey Morris ready to go here in the second inning. Both starting pitchers go 1-2-3 with a pair of strikeouts. So we're still scoreless into the second inning. Tracy Smith's crew with Michigan will come back to the plate. Big weekend for the skipper. Got his 900th career win as a head coach on Saturday, and it was on his birthday. So congrats to Tracy Smith. Then got his 901st yesterday in the win over Arizona. Wolverines coming in 2,018 miles away from Ray Fisher Stadium in Ann Arbor, and they have played excellent here in Surprise Stadium. Noah Miller, the cleanup hitter and catcher, batting from the right side to open up the second inning against Trey Morris. No score. The Beaver freshman deals. Fastball fouled over the Michigan dugout. They traveled a long ways and have much different weather here in Arizona. Obviously, in Michigan, the winters can be fairly harsh, and so they primarily practice indoors, and at least this year, exclusively indoors. They have not played outside the entire winter until this weekend. The 0-1 to Miller is taken for a strike on the outside, a breaking ball. And so when they came here and practiced on Thursday and then played on Friday, those were the first outdoor reads, live fly balls, seeing real ball flight that they'd had since the fall. And it has not seemed to affect them. 3 wins for Michigan. The 0-2 to Miller, a check swing, pops it up in the air. Foul. It hits off the facing of the upper deck and falls into the hands of a Beaver fan who was ready for it. Looked up above his head, made a nice catch. 0-2 to the leadoff man, Miller. 3 infielders left of second base. The outfield shifted a bit the opposite way. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball slapped foul again in the air over the right side. Miller swinging more this at-bat than he did Friday against Oregon State. He struck out twice looking and walked twice, so he did not swing a whole lot on Friday, but he fouls 2 pitches off here, and he has swung 3 out of 4 pitches in this AB. Morris has his sign, trying to put away the leadoff man. His pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Back foot slider. Trey Morris has struck out 3 of 4 batters, and he's retired all 4 that he's faced.
Struck out Jeffress on a high fastball. Turner on a curveball, 75 miles an hour. And he gets Miller on the slider, 83.
All strikes to Noah Miller on an 0-2 pitch. 5-pitch AB. Carson Luna comes up next. His first start. Did not play Friday against Oregon State. First pitch to Luna. Breaking ball low, 1-0. Morris pitched with Oregon State. They did an off-season trip to Canada. They played at Okotoks, Alberta, where they've been a few times. They got a big baseball facility and camp, a whole program they have there in Alberta. Second pitch to Luna. Fastball hit high into left center field. Hayes running back, so is Proctor, and this ball is caught by Hayes. Hits the wall after he makes the play in deep left center field. What a play by Nyan Hayes, going a mile to track that one down. Deepest part of the ballpark. It's 400 to dead center, and the wall, which is straight across in that part, and he caught it right where the wall starts to angle back towards the left field pole. Caught it on an almost dead sprint and then hit the fence after he pulls it in and kind of yells into his glove, celebrating that catch. Excellent defensive play by Nyan Hayes. 2 down, nobody on. Trey Morris deals. Fastball over the middle. Hager squared to bunt, pulled back. The thorn in the Beavers' side on Friday. 4 RBIs, including the game-winning hit. His first at-bat today in a scoreless game. Second inning, and nobody on base with 2 down for the Wolverines. Morris into his wind and his 0-1 toss in the dirt, 1-1. Mentioned going to Okotoks. His performance there in the offseason, preparing for his freshman campaign, he pitched well. The issue was he couldn't put hitters away. That's what Rich Dorman was saying. For a guy who had a lot of strikeouts in high school, he struggled with command once he got to 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Hager almost bunts at it. It was near his head, and he did make an attempt. They appealed to third. Patrick Riley said he didn't pull the bat back, and in fact kind of squared and poked at it. Even though it was way above the zone, he couldn't pull away. That's strike 2. Morris, who has not had a problem with putting hitters away today, already 3 strikeouts. Could have another one here. 1-2 the count. Let's see what pitch Morris goes to. He winds. Fastball swung on and missed. Another strikeout for Trey Morris. No trouble putting hitters away today. 4 McDonald's strikeouts, and he has retired 6 in a row to open up his Oregon State career. Midway through the second inning, it's Oregon State and Michigan scoreless from Surprise. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield.
At the stadium or home, keep your cocktails local with Crater Lake Spirits, because great booze, happy people isn't just our motto, it's our personal guarantee. With every bottle of Crater Lake, you're getting Oregon pride distilled. Our spirits are a toast to tradition and a nod to innovation. Every sip is a celebration of the good times, the great outdoors, and the unbeatable spirit of the Pacific Northwest. Join us in raising a glass to victories, big and small, with Crater Lake Spirits proudly sponsoring Oregon State Athletics. We're here to make every game day unforgettable.
Hey, Beaver Nation! Looking to bring your brand to life?
Infinity Images has the solutions to transform your ideas into 3D visual experiences. From large-scale digital printing to custom fabrication to installation and delivery, Infinity Images has the state-of-the-art equipment and a team of experts who can deliver. If you can think of it, we can build it. Visit InfinityImages.com to learn more. InfinityImages.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Oregon State University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
All stolen bases by the Beavs this year, brought to you by Steel. In baseball, being good means being consistent. And consistency and outdoor power equipment is Steel's strength. Real Steel. Find yours. Visit steeldealers.com and go Beavs. No score in the second inning. The Beavers do not score in the first inning for the first time in surprise. They had a 2-run first inning against Michigan on Friday. That lead did not last. We'll see if they can take a lead in the second inning today. Bryce Hubbard to lead off against David Lally Jr. 3 infielders to the right side of second base. The lefty Hubbard sees the first pitch, takes just a bit outside, ball 1. Bryce Hubbard wearing jersey number 10 this year. That's a change. He wore 14 a year ago in his first year with the Beavers. Changed to 10 this year. Tyler Inge now has the 14 number he used to wear. Pitch to Hub, hits him. A breaking ball that came inside at 85 miles an hour. Doesn't seem to be any pain. I'm not sure if it caught his arm or it got all the way to his torso. It bounced to the Beaver dugout. Hubbard seems unfazed, and he trots up the first baseline. He has an elbow guard. It might have hit that, or did it get into his kind of rib cage area? It didn't seem to hurt him much. So he's aboard. Bryson Glasgow now making his first appearance as a Beaver. Played a couple innings defensively, but now his first at-bat as a Beav, getting his first start. Transfer from Clackamas Community College, originally from Nevada. First toss to the infielder and right-hand hitter. Breaking ball comes over the plate for a strike.
Excellent bat-to-ball guy. Mitch Canham said that if he's walking back to the dugout, something went wrong.
Yeah. Hit .438 last year as the starting shortstop. Lally working from the stretch, and his 0-1 outside. Good eye from Glasgow. 1 ball, 1 strike. He was a second-team All-American at the junior college level. So was A.J. Singer the year before he arrived at Oregon State when he played for Iowa Western. Glasgow playing third base today. 1-1 toss with a runner at first. Breaking ball hit on the ground, left side, fielded by the shortstop. Culbertson goes to second. The turn on to first, into the dirt. It hits Glasgow, the runner. He should get back to first just to make sure they didn't rule him to have made an attempt to second. He does so. It's a fielder's choice. If it didn't hit him, it would have gone to the Michigan dugout and maybe allowed him to advance to second, but not a double play. 1 out, though, runner at first, and Jacob Galloway the batter. No error on the play since there was no advancement. They did get the out at second. Hubbard forced out there. And Galloway comes up with 1 out. No score in this contest. Home half of the second inning for OSU. Looking to finish out their time in Surprise with a win. Go back to Oregon with a 3-1 record. They'll come to Texas next in Round Rock. First game Friday. Lally throws over to first, and Glasgow dives back in safely.
He's got good wheels. Mitch expects him to steal some bases. And it's going to be a hallmark of this team, base running and putting pressure on the opponents. And coaching staff agrees that that's why Stanford committed 3 errors yesterday, because of the Beavers' speed.
Glasgow takes a decent-sized lead, not running here. The pitch is high to Galloway. 1-0 to the left-hand hitting catcher. I asked Bryson today the last time he had been part of a walk-off. Did Clackamas have any walk-offs last year? He got to celebrate with Josh Proctor and the Beavs yesterday. He said Clackamas did have one last year. He was a part of. He's moving around at first, not going. 1-0 pitch just outside, 2-0. He started just about every game last year at Clackamas, and the one game he didn't start was a walk-off. Although he did pinch hit in the final inning, tripled, and then the next batter brought him home. He was the walk-off run in one game last year. Woods Glasgow. He's moving around at first again. They throw back, and he dives in safely. Glasgow, the runner at first, one out here in the second inning, no score.
He stole 7 bases last year at Clackamas. Not sure that was a big part of what they did.
Time is called and stepped off. Lally resets the pitch clock. You can do that once per at-bat. We have not had a pitch clock violation in Surprise in any Oregon State game or any of the others. Lally working from the stretch, throws again over to first. They are worried about Glasgow. He dives in safely.
For the record, Clackamas last year stole 43 bases in 38 games. Not a major part of what they did. He was 7 for 9.
He's aboard via the fielder's choice, looking to advance Glasgow in the scoreless game. 2-0 delivery, actually another throw over to first. Unlimited pickoff moves in college baseball. It's not the same in the pros anymore, max of 2. But in college, you can throw that way as many times as you want. Galloway hitting from the left side. He's still only seen 2 pitches in this at-bat. Both of them balls. Lally breathes, takes a move towards home, misses high, 3-0. On deck is Jacob Craig. He would love to have a couple of base runners for his first at-bat of the day. Another good crowd here in Surprise. We've been averaging 6,000 at these Oregon State games. A soft throw back to first, and Glasgow returns again. The biggest crowd was on Saturday. Friday and yesterday were almost as big, but Saturday was the biggest. Well over 6,000 in the win over Arizona. 3-0 pitch. Galloway takes. It is just in the top of the zone. Kind of a late strike call. Galloway started to throw the bat away and then holds on to it. Middle infield and double play depth. Outfield playing straight up. 3-1 the count to Jacob Galloway. And the pitch. Swings and lifts it to left center field. Hangs up in the air. Campbell comes in. Left fielder is underneath it. Makes the grab. And Galloway flies out. Second out of the inning. Jacob Craig coming up. No score. And the second frame from Surprise. The other fun note, talking with Josh Natai, Oregon State freshman, on the better end of the walk-off yesterday. His brother, Jimmy, at second base. That's where the walk-off hit was sent, was to second base. He had no chance at it. He was shifted up the middle, so no shot to get it. Josh told a story from earlier in the game when Jimmy was hitting. Glasgow gets back on another pickoff. Josh said he was in the dugout. Jimmy stepped up to the plate for his first at-bat, got ahead 3-1, and then winked over at Josh in the dugout. He ended up walking in that plate appearance. One little moment between the two brothers. Here's the pitch to Craig. It's taken inside. The throw to second with Glasgow going is in time, and Bryson is caught stealing. The inning is over. They try to pick him off about 6 or 7 times, and finally once he goes, they get him on the bases, and Lally faces the minimum in the second inning. No score for Oregon State or Michigan through 2 innings of play. We head to the third, and when we return, Rich Burke has the play-by-play on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
At Builders First Source, we're proud to be the nation's largest supplier of home building materials with 14 locations across Oregon and Southwest Washington. Our team is driven to deliver for our customers and help tackle the toughest challenges on the job site. We offer expert advice as you shop our extensive selection of lumber, siding, windows and doors, roof and floor trusses, decking, pre-cut, ready frame, and more for your next project. Stop by our locations in Tangent or McMinnville or go to BLDR.com to find a location near you.
Do you have a young baseball fan in your life? Les Schwab Tire Centers has partnered with the Oregon State Beavers for your chance to win 4 tickets to a Beavs baseball game and seats right behind home plate. Winners also get a Beaver swag bag and a chance for their young baseball star to be on the field inside historic Goss Stadium during the national anthem with a close-up on the big screen. Enter to win right now at osubeavers.com/Les Schwab. That's osubeavers.com/Les Schwab. Presented by Les Schwab Tires, proud member of Beaver Nation.
No score going to the top half of the third inning. Rich Burke along with Josh Warden. Final game for Oregon State here in Surprise in 2026. Been a great tradition. Opening up the season here year after year. Oregon State on Friday, for just the second time ever, lost their season opener since they've been coming here. But they're trying to get out of Dodge, winning the next 3. And facing what's looking to be a formidable Michigan team. Michigan unranked. They have ranked wins over Arizona and Oregon State. Trey Morris into his third inning of work. The freshman from the Fresno area delivers a fastball that's popped up right side off the bat of Greg Pace. Jacob Craig coming over. Cap flies off near the stands, but it's just on the other side. And it's 0-1 for the center fielder for the Wolverines, Greg Pace Jr. How nervous do you get heading into broadcast, Josh?
Oh, not much anymore.
Yeah.
You?
Yeah, not so much nerve, just kind of, a little, it's a fun sort of anxiety, and it's still there. The pitch taken in there inside corner, a cut fastball, 0-2. But with these games, now mind you, the teams I call for, Oregon State teams in all sports, Hillsborough Hops, I certainly want all of them to win. But these games, these Oregon State baseball games, 0-2 pitch, foul back. Still 0-2. Because every game counts for so much. If you want to get to Omaha, the best chance is to set yourself up in a position to host the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. If you want to host a super, you've got to win games like this. And so I'm nervous coming to the ballpark, not so much for how I'm going to do, but how the team is going to do. 0-2 pitch, breaking ball fouled off. Good work by Pace. Still no balls and 2 strikes.
Well, the best broadcasters care about the games. And
right.
As good as national broadcast can be, where you don't really have a dog in the fight, there's something special about a game in which you really want one team to win.
Isn't that the truth? 0-2 to Pace, lefty to righty. Morris delivers over the top fastball, pulled on the ground to short, backhand play by Inge from the grass, guns it across in time. Inge to Craig, and there's 1 down. Pace grounds out, and that'll bring up the left fielder Josh Campbell. Morris from Easton, California. I told you that's in the Fresno area, Washington Union High School, where he was a first baseman and pitcher. Had Tommy John surgery after his sophomore year of high school. Didn't pitch during his junior year. He said the rehab made him tougher. Fastball taken high, ball 1. That one 89 miles an hour, which is pretty consistently where he's been. I've only seen him hit 90 once, and it was 90 on the number. I can see why Oregon State's coaching staff says he is old school. Changes speeds well, hits his spot. The 1-0 from Morris. Slider swung on and missed. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Josh Campbell. Campbell scored a couple of runs earlier this weekend, but getting his first AB. The pitch to the left fielder. He swings, sends a fly ball out towards shallow right field. Singer out, Talt in. They converge. Talt calls Singer off and makes the catch. 8 up, 8 down for Trey Morris. And that brings up the shortstop, Drew Culbertson. I was curious and looked it up, and Drew Culbertson is no relation to the former Boston Red Sox outfielder of a similar name. Leon Culbertson didn't have a T in his name. This is Drew Culbertson. Leon Culbertson was an outfielder for the Red Sox in the 1940s who was involved in a pretty famous play. Pitch on the way, fastball swing, and a stroked out towards center. Nyan Hayes is there. Sunglasses reflecting the sun here. And Culbertson lines out. We'll tell you about that story a little bit more when we come back. Trey Morris, his third consecutive 1-2-3 inning in his collegiate debut. And we're going to the bottom half of the third, and there is still no score. On the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Whether it's game night or family night, Main Street Bistro's rich and savory selection of refrigerated side dishes makes it easy to serve restaurant-inspired meals any night of the week. Try pairing your favorite entree with our creamy, delicious twice-baked potatoes, fully baked and made with real whole milk and sharp cheddar cheese for a memorable meal that's sure to win the hearts of everyone at the table. Find Main Street Bistro sides in your grocer's meat department.
Hey Beaver Nation! Experience the best of Alaska with Holland America, the Alaska vacation experts. They've been sharing the wonders of the Great Land since before it was even a state. Cruise a round trip from Seattle, no flights, no fuss, just Alaska right from your doorstep. Experience stunning ice blue glaciers guaranteed. Plus, look for humpback whales and brown bears with the cruise line that's #1 in Alaska wildlife and wilderness tours. Savor the journey with Holland America, the official cruise line of Oregon State University Athletics. Go Beavs!
Still no score going to the bottom half of the third inning. Rich Burke along with Josh Warden. Oregon State trying to make it 3 out of 4 this weekend after falling to Michigan on Friday. David Lally Jr. back out there for his third inning of work. And he'll face the bottom third of the order, Craig Proctor and Inge. Craig was left standing at home plate when Bryson Glasgow was caught stealing to end the second. Only been one base runner in the game. Bryce Hubbard was hit by pitch leading off the second. Then he was forced out on the ground ball by Bryson Glasgow. But pretty much what we would have expected for Oregon State so far. We expect there to be superb starting pitching, and Trey Morris is slotting right in behind the likes of Whitney, Kleinschmidt, and Segura. 4 games combined, Oregon State starters. 16 innings, 10 hits, 2 runs, 7 walks, and 23 strikeouts. And the bullpen's been pretty good, too. First pitch to Jacob Craig, swing and a miss. 1-1 the count. The Oregon State first sacker. Josh Campbell in left, Greg Pace in center. Evan Hager in right. They're just about straight away, medium depth against Craig. Oregon State's best power threat, you would think, here in 2026. He takes a fastball inside, 1-1. Craig struck out 3 times yesterday. Taps his bat on the inside corner of home plate. Big guy kind of pinwheels the bat around once, twice, cocks it behind his head. Righty against righty. Lally checking with his battery mate Noah Miller. And the 1-0 pitch, and that's a slider. Check swing, a look down, no swing, says Angel Campos, 2-1. Carson Luna, the first baseman. Colby Turner, the second baseman. Drew Culbertson at short. Over at third base, Braden Jeffress. Told you Leon Culbertson, no relation, was a center fielder for the Red Sox in the 1940s. Involved in a famous play involving a Portland native. Swinging a fly ball out towards center field. Pace going back well shy of the warning track. Big dimensions here. He brings it in. 350 down the lines, 400 to straightaway center. Craig flies out. 1 away for Josh Proctor, yesterday's hero. Had the base hit to right to bring home the winning run in the bottom of the 9th. 1946 World Series. There was a base hit to center field. Dom DiMaggio was the typical starting center fielder for the Boston Red Sox. This is in Game 7 of the World Series. And playing the St. Louis Cardinals. Enos Slaughter was the runner at first. Base hit to center. Swinging a high pop-up, shallow left field. Campbell coming in, sunglasses on. Reaches up, makes the one-hand grab. And there are 2 down. Proctor flies out to left. And Tyler Inge coming up. And Culbertson fielded the ball, threw it back in, and Portland native and Red Sox Hall of Famer Johnny Pesky, they say, had a slight hesitation And Enos Slaughter scored the winning run of the World Series all the way from first base. And your right-hand hitter, the right-hander Lally, kicks and delivers. Took something off it, in there for a strike, 0-1. A couple of fly balls to begin the third inning. Only one base runner so far in the game. We're in the bottom of the third. One base runner, both teams combined. That was a hit batter in the second. But Lally has still faced the minimum, as Glasgow was later caught stealing. 0-1 pitch to Angie, swings and chops it foul outside third. Joey Wong picks it up on a couple of hops and flips it to the Oregon State dugout.
You mentioned the Red Sox. There is a disproportionate number of Red Sox fans on this Oregon State team. One of them kind of makes sense. I mean, Eli Grease-Smith, he grew up in the Northeast.
Right.
But Bryson Glasgow from Nevada and Easton Talt, another Northwest guy, all Red Sox fans.
Love it. Breaking ball in there. Strike three called, and down goes Inge. That is the third strikeout for David Lally Jr., matching pitch per pitch Trey Morris. We're going to the fourth inning. Still scoreless here in Surprise on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
A lot goes into Oregon State athletes reaching peak performance for game day, including the right nutrition. At Wilbur Ellis, we know that healthy crop performance requires the same attention to nutrition as an athlete. That's why we use benchmark data points to maximize crop productivity through nutrient efficiency. For 100 years, family-owned Wilbur Ellis has been partnering with Oregon's farmers to grow healthier crops. That is the winning ag experience for Beaver Nation. Locally provided by Wilbur Ellis. It's time for today's Benny's Buddies Pet Spotlight, the official fan club for your favorite pets. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Today we're featuring Benny's Buddies member Arvo, an Australian cattle dog Chihuahua mix. Arvo loves going on walks and listening to the Beaver games on the radio. Sign up your pet today at OSUBeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter, and Toyota and Oregon State will be giving away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more.
This is the RAV fourth inning, presented by your local Toyota dealers. Now, back to the game.
No score as we head to the top half of the fourth. Toyota's bringing the excitement with the RAV fourth inning this year at all Beaver home games. Depending on what happens in the fourth inning during home games, you can win anything from a new RAV4 to framed customized jerseys and much more Oregon State baseball memorabilia. Go to OSUBeavers.com/RAV4th inning to register and follow along. Braden Jeffers, the leadoff batter, struck out swinging on a high fastball his first time up. First time through the order, 4 Ks for Morris. Has not allowed a base runner. Fastball foul back. 87 miles an hour on that one. 0-1 the count to Jeffers. Trey has family here. We see a slew of jerseys downstairs with the name Morris, the number 30 on the back. Big left-hander, 6'2", 258. Rocks and delivers. Slider, check swing, a look down, swing, says Patrick Riley. 0-2 the count. His mom Stephanie is downstairs videoing every pitch that Trey throws. Fastball grounded out towards second. A.J. Singer surrounds it, gloves it, throws it, and gets his man. Got ahead 0-2. Sawed him off a little bit. Ground ball out to second. One away for Cade Ladehoff. No score here in the top half of the fourth. Oregon State, of course, has won the College World Series 3 times. Michigan has won it twice, although it has been a long time. Wolverines won it in 1953, again in 1962. Line drive, pulled into left field. That's a base hit. Extra bases. Proctor gives chase. Laid off around first, digging for second, and he'll be in there with the 2-bagger. First base runner off Trey Morris. We'll get to see the big guy work out of the stretch for the first time. And it'll bring up Colby Turner, the second baseman. Struck out his first time up. Scoreless game here at the top of the fourth inning. First threat for Michigan. Wolverines one runner-up in the College World Series in 2019. And I was pulling against them. Now, why would I be pulling against Michigan in the College World Series? Would have been a great story if they'd won, right? Fastball taken a little bit low. 1-0. Some of you have heard me tell this story many times. Matter of fact, I told it at the Diamond Dinner this year. Bill Rao, my broadcast partner for Beavers TV games, was the MC. 1-0 pitch, swung on and missed, 1-1 to Turner. Lottahoff leads at second, being bird dogged by A.J. Singer. Outfield straight away, and the pitch on the way. Slider swung on and missed. Awkward swing for Turner. His bottom hand came off the bat. 1-2 the count to Colby. I called Oregon State Wrestling back on January 23rd, and afterwards went over to the Diamond Dinner, and at the end, Billy gave me a minute to speak. There's a ground ball out to short to his left, is Inge to gobble it up. Lottahoff back to second. Throw to first. Little short hop picked out by Craig. There are two down. Runner still at second. Noah Miller comes up. And part of what I talked about was that if you were to draw a line across the country from the Bay Area to the nation's capital, that is the 39th parallel. And since 1966, when Ohio State won it, since then, in 6 decades, no school north of the 39th parallel has won the College World Series, except for Oregon State. And they've done it 3 times. And they're way north of that. High pop-up off first foul ground. Craig coming over, but it's backing out of play. 1-1 to the cleanup hitter, Noah Miller. There's no score here in the top of the 4th inning. Wolverines threatening with Lottahoff at second base. There are 2 down now. It's really remarkable what Oregon State has done. Every other school that has won the College World Series over the last 6 decades has been a warm-weather school. For Oregon State to do what they have done is remarkable. Well, Michigan got close in 2019. They made the College World Series finals. Morris ready and delivers on 0-1. Fastball rides high. 1 ball and 1 strike. When they won it in 1962, they had an infielder by the name of Dave Campbell. Wanted to play in the big leagues for the Padres, then for a long time was a Padres announcer. Later announced for the Colorado Rockies. Fastball taken high. Little slide step by Morris. 2-1 the count to Noah Miller. Miller struck out swinging on a slider his first time up. 1 hit and 7 at-bats for the catcher Miller. And a pitch taken high. Change up at 80 miles an hour. 3-1 the count to Miller. Would you believe this is just the second time that Morris has been to 2 balls in the count and the first time to 3? 3-1 pitch, foul back. Full count. I like what I've seen from him so far. Completely nonplussed, making his college debut.
I think that's a big reason why they threw Wyatt Queen yesterday. I thought they'd try to save him for today, but we're starting to realize, okay, they had a pretty good ace up their sleeve, and Trey Morris waiting to start this one.
3-2 pitch coming up to Noah Miller. Morris ready, looks back at Lottahoff. Kicks and fires. Fastball, got him looking. Morris pumps his fists, flexes, and stalks back to the dugout. Big guy throws Miller with a fastball. He collects strikeout number 5. 4 scoreless innings in his collegiate debut. We're going to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Still no score here in Surprise on the Beavers Sports Network from Learfield.
Just like turning the perfect double play, you need to be in sync with the rest of your construction crew. So why is arranging childcare still the hardest part of your day? Enter Childcare for Construction. We help registered apprentices and new journey workers afford reliable childcare from a licensed provider or even a state-approved family member. Learn more at oregon.gov/BOLI/apprenticeship. When workers thrive, Oregon thrives. Go Beavs.
At Oregon State Credit Union, we weren't just founded in Beaver Country, we were born a Beaver and have been part of the OSU family from the start. And we're proud to be the official credit union of Oregon State University Athletics. Right now, you can earn a $300 bonus when you open any checking account. Get rewarded and bank where your Beaver pride runs deep. Join the credit union that was born a Beaver just like you. Open an account online at OregonStateCU.com/checking or visit your local branch. Federally insured by NCUA, limited time offer and some restrictions apply.
No score, bottom half of the fourth inning. David Lally Jr. back out to work. He'll face the top of the order, Singer, Talt, and Hayes. Only 2 base runners in the game. Beavers had a hit batter in the second inning. Bryce Hubbard, later Bryson Glasgow, after grounding into a force play, was caught stealing. So Lally has faced the minimum 9 through 3. Through 4, Trey Morris of Oregon State has faced 1 over the minimum. Gave up a 1-out double in the fourth, then got a ground out and a strikeout, so we're still scoreless. By the way, shout out to a good friend and one of the biggest Beaver baseball fans, and that's saying something. Because we know how you love your Beaver baseball. My good friend Ken DeHart. The pitch taken inside, ball 1 to A.J. Singer. Ken likes to make predictions on Beaver lineups and things like that, and not knowing who was going to be pitching today for Oregon State, he shot me a text and he said, I think it's going to be that big freshman, Trey Morris. Sent me that yesterday, and he was right, and the kid's been good. Change up in there for a strike. Ken, the son of a longtime baseball scout, Whitey DeHart. Whitey really well-liked throughout baseball circles for many decades. 1-1 pitch from Lally. That's turned over inside. 2-1 to A.J. Singer 4 for 13 here in Surprise, has scored 3 runs. 2-1 pitch coming up. A.J. pulls it foul past Joey Wong, past the third baseman Jeffress, and down the line. 2 balls and 2 strikes to A.J. Had a half-swing ground ball into a force-out at home when he faced Lally in the 6th inning. The series opener, the season opener on Friday. Singer, local product. Phoenix boy, Glendale to be exact. The 2-2 pitch, breaking ball, grounded out towards short, to his left to scoop it up. Culbertson throws to first, low, and Luna can't pick it out, and Singer's aboard. Much of Oregon State's offense yesterday became because of Stanford errors. And Mitch Canham told me today he thinks those errors came because of Oregon State's speed. They know they had to hurry. There's an error on Culbertson. Had to go to his left, relatively routine play, but he just bounced his throw. A.J. last year stole 2 bases in 3 attempts, and with Oregon State's propensity to hit the long ball last year, not a big call to run for him. He's already stolen 1 base this year, and I suspect he'll have quite a few more. Open hold on the right side. The pitch to Easton Talt, who's been stinging it. He takes outside ball 1. Easton struck out swinging his first time up. First time he struck out this year. Talt last year was among the nation's leaders in walks drawn. Left-hand hitter waits. A.J. leads off first base, held on by Luna. Lally checking him and delivers. Swinging a line drive towards center field. Pace going back on the ball, over his head, onto the warning track. Singer waved home by Joey Wong. Relay comes in from Colby Turner. Backdoor slide, he's safe, and the Beavers have a 1-0 lead. A 2-bagger for Easton Talt, his 3rd double of the season. And for the third time in 4 games, Easton Talt has himself a go-ahead RBI hit. 1-0 Beavers here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
The dangerous thing is Tracy Smith immediately put his hands on his head to signal challenge. It was close.
It was a backdoor slide, and I think if he comes in feet first, he's safe without question.
Yeah.
But he tapped it with his hand. And so the umpires are going to check. Have to go back in the tunnel behind home plate, open the gate, and walk back there.
It's hard to decide in the moment what type of slide you should do. And a big part of it is so much matters where the ball is going to be. And you don't know until it's arriving. And as the runner, you're not always staring back where the ball is coming from. And like you said, Singer kind of sliding backdoor, so a lot of his body is already past the plate as he's reaching to touch it. And with that ball coming from straightaway center field, I think if he just dives headlong, either like foot first, either like you said, or just as quick as he can get his fingertips on that plate, sure, he allows his lower half to be tagged a little quicker, but hey, your hands are getting there as quick as possible. Whereas a backdoor slide makes sense when the ball's kind of up the third baseline. The catcher could slap your feet so you're getting out of the way. And that's why it would make sense to get to the plate a little bit later, but avoid the tag. And I felt that Singer could have touched the plate just a touch earlier. It was hard to see exactly when his hand got in there from our vantage point because his body was kind of blocking his fingertips. I think he was safe, but we'll see if the catcher Miller is able to turn around and get the tag down before he actually touched the back of the plate.
And I think in the course of the play, I said Colby Turner made the relay. I believe it was Drew Culbertson, the shortstop. This time, no hesitation from the shortstop. It was a good play, good relay from Pace to Culbertson to Miller to even make it close. I didn't think it had the possibility of being close.
No, it was a great play. Singer was about 10 feet from second base when that ball landed. And then he started sprinting, had good speed. Joey Wong waved him around the whole way. But for that ball to be 400 feet from home, dead center, from Pace to Culbertson, who made an excellent relay throw, the only way they would get him is perfect catch and throw, and they may have just about done that.
And the fact that it's taking so long worries me. But the call on the field was that A.J. was safe. Easton Talt with his third 2-bagger of the year. For the moment, 1-0 Beavers here in the bottom half of the 4th. Nyan Hayes will be the hitter. Here come the umpires. The plate umpire is Jason Starkovich, and he says safe. The call stands, 1-0 Oregon State. This crowd here, not as big as the last couple of days, but plenty big indeed for the final day of a 3-day weekend. Holiday weekend. And as you might imagine, lots of orange and black downstairs. I asked somebody yesterday how many Stanford fans were downstairs, and they had to think. They hadn't seen many.
Yeah.
So here's Nyan Hayes. Easton Talt, threat to try to steal third base with 1 out in the inning. Being bird dogged by Culbertson, the shortstop, to keep him close. Lally looks back, delivers. Nyan shows bunt, pulls it back, takes a breaking ball inside. 1-0 to Nyan Hayes. Flew out to deep center his first time up. Bryce Hubbard on deck, and then Bryson Glasgow. Look back at second by Lally. Short lead for Hayes with Culbertson again bird dogging. Open hole on the left side, and Nyan shows bunt and takes inside. Back-to-back breaking balls, back-to-back time showing bunt, and now it's 2-0. Told you yesterday that Nyan likes to bowl. I was talking with Bryson Glasgow down in the clubhouse before the game. I said, what do you like to do? He said, well, I like to bowl. I said, well, you need to get together and have a competition with Nyan. He said, what? I said, yeah, he likes to bowl too. 2-0 pitch, swung on as a ground ball through the hole, left side base hit. Talt to third. He'll stop there as Campbell gets it back into Jeffress. With the shortstop bird dogging Culbertson, that opened up the hole. Otherwise, I don't think it sneaks through. First and third. with nobody out. A chance for a big inning for the Bees with the cleanup hitter Bryce Hubbard coming up. And Tracy Smith is walking out to the hill. There's a left-hander at work out in the bullpen. Left-hand hitter due up. So southpaw coming in for Michigan to replace David Lally. It was good work for Lally. And it will be Wyatt Novara, a junior from Dexter, Michigan, coming in to replace Lally. And so 1-0 Oregon State. And the Beavs have set up shop here in the fourth inning with a run already home, first and third, and nobody out. And Bryce Hubbard, the cleanup hitter, coming up. We'll take a pitching change timeout on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services is your local nonprofit dedicated to providing employment opportunities to veterans and those facing physical and economic challenges within our community. Founded by a veteran in 2013, Blue Sun Inc. has helped more than 2,500 people find employment opportunities, resulting in more than $21 million in net wages going back to the local economy. To learn more about Blue Sun Inc. and how you can help provide employment opportunities, please visit bluesuninc.com. Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services, proud to partner with Oregon State Athletics. Go Beavs!
The Oregon Potato Commission has teamed up with Oregon State Athletics to let everyone know how nutritious and performance-enhancing potatoes are. Did you know that potatoes are one of the most nutritious foods you can eat? Potatoes have more vitamin C than a grapefruit and more potassium than a banana. That's why Oregon potatoes are an integral part of the Power Pack diet specifically designed for Oregon State athletes. They serve as a great fuel for athletes, giving them the energy they need to train at their best. As alumni, supporters, and growers, the Oregon Potato Commission is proud to support Beaver Athletics. Go Beavs!
1-0 Beavers here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Things are looking up, aren't they? They have a run home. And they have runners at first and third and nobody out. Wyatt Novara, left-hander, comes out of the bullpen to make his season's debut. And he'll be working against the left-hand hitting Bryce Hubbard. Then the right-hand hitting Bryson Glasgow. And the left-hand hitting Jacob Galloway. Again, nobody out here in the inning. A.J. Singer reached base on an error on the shortstop Drew Culbertson and scored all the way from first on a double to dead center field by Easton Talt, who continues to barrel it up. Easton told me before the game today that felt like he had a little mental letdown in the middle of the season last year, and he looks to avoid that this year. Then the ground ball through the hole on the left side by Nyan Hayes. Here's Bryce Hubbard. Hub Dog hit by a pitch his first time up. 3 hits in 10 at-bats, all singles. Last year, 16 games for the Beavs, was 4 for 20. Did draw 10 walks. He takes one in there inside corner, 0-1. Including a base on balls that I will never forget. Coming up as a pinch hitter with 2 out in the bottom of the ninth inning against Florida State, game 1 of the Super Regional. Swinging a line drive, whack toward right. Starting in is Hager, makes the catch, tagging at third. Talty comes home, he scores. A sac fly line out for Bryce Hubbard. He hit that ball right on the button. And the right fielder Hager is pointing in as if to say they want him to appeal. They do appeal. The third base umpire, Patrick Riley, says safe. Talt did not leave too soon. And it's a sac fly line out for Hubbard. 2-0 Oregon State. First out of the inning. Hubbard jumping on the second pitch. Bryce last year facing Florida State reliever John Abraham with 2 out. Drew a walk. And that helped fuel that rally where Oregon State tied the game on a 2-run single from Jacob Craig. Novara's pitch is lined towards center. Coming on his pace to make the catch. That ball was hit hard by Glasgow, making a bid for his first D1 hit. Clackamas Community College, good bat-to-ball guy, lines out to center. Couple of hard-hit balls off of Navarro. N-O-V-A-R-O. Here's Jacob Galloway with Hayes at first. 9 a threat to go. Held on by Carson Luna. Noah Miller's already thrown out one runner in this game. 2-0 Beavs for the 4th consecutive day. Oregon State with a 2-0 lead. They let the first 3 get away, although they did win each of the last 2 days. Picked to first and Hayes back in. Brady Casper coaching at first. Stopwatch in hand. Brady will be timing the pop time for the catcher. Amount of time it takes him from the time the ball hits his glove to get the ball down to second in case the runner goes. And the catcher, Miller, had some sort of equipment malfunction. Believe it was with the PitchCom device. Is that what it is?
Yeah, the PitchCom. It was weird how quick they called time because Navarra, the pitcher, threw over to first, and they immediately called time. I thought they were calling a balk on him because Hayes had just gotten back, and they said time, which is not normal.
Yeah.
And it's weird that you can stop the play for PitchCom. It's fine, but it was just weird how quick it was.
I can see what you're saying. Hayes leads. He goes. They got him picked off. The throw from Luna down to shortstop. Culbertson in time to get him. Caught stealing 1-3-6. So Hayes, a lot of times with left-handers, it's guesswork. You're going on their first move, and he guessed incorrectly and was unable to beat the throw. Second base runner that the Beavers have had caught stealing. But they do score 2 times. An error, the double by Talt, and after the single by Hayes, the sac fly lineout by Bryce Hubbard. And we're going to the top half of the 5th inning. Josh will be back with a play-by-play. 2-0 Beavers on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hello, is this Pacific Source Health Plans?
This is a health plan.
I'm trying to reach Pacific Source. I know I'll get a person on the phone when I call them.
What do you think I am?
I mean, you sound like a person.
That's what counts.
Automated systems can do a lot, even sound a lot like people. What automated systems can't do is offer the quality our members rely on: empathy. When you call Pacific Source Health Plans, you'll talk to a person who cares.
What did you say your name was?
Nexa 9000.
The Oregon Potato Commission has teamed up with Oregon State Athletics to let everyone know how nutritious and performance-enhancing potatoes are. Did you know that potatoes are one of the most nutritious foods you can eat? Potatoes have more vitamin C than a grapefruit and more potassium than a banana. That's why Oregon potatoes are an integral part of the Power Pack diet specifically designed for Oregon State athletes. They serve as a great fuel for athletes, giving them the energy they need to train at their best. As alumni, supporters, and growers, the Oregon Potato Commission is proud to support Beaver athletics. Go Beavs!
All health plans do what's required. Pacific Source Health Plans does a little more than that by providing human service, not automated phone trees, and by offering extra support for members who may be struggling. Pacific Source Health Plans going beyond what's required to put members first. Trey Morris has been excellent so far for Oregon State. 4 shutout innings, and now pitching with a lead for the first time in his Oregon State career. Facing the heart of the Michigan order, 2-0 Beavs. Same lead that they had on Friday against the Wolverines in an eventual Oregon State loss. Same lead that they have had all 4 games here in Surprise. And every time they've been unable to hold on to that 2-0 lead. Let's see if they can do it here today. First pitch of the 5th inning. Breaking ball high to Carson Luna, ball 1. Josh Warden alongside Rich Burke. Rich mentioned some of the history for Michigan, their runner-up 2019 season. Their media guide calls them Team 160. Here's the pitch from Morris. 1-0 breaking ball in there for a strike. Team 160 will open the season in Surprise, that sort of thing. Team 160, it's their 160th season and 160th roster. So this is Team 160 at the plate against Oregon State in the top of the 5th. Morris winds and his 1-1 breaking ball tapped foul. It fooled Luna and did not make good contact. 1-2.
1867?
66 because they didn't play in 1917.
Oh, because of World War I.
But you got the idea.
All
yes.
right,
yeah, that goes far back. 160 years of Michigan baseball. Almost surprised they didn't have more years where they did not play. Just the one. Here's the 1-2. Luna swings and misses. Goes fishing after the breaking ball outside. Trey Morris has his 6th McDonald's strikeout of his Oregon State debut. Brings up Evan Hager, The guy who had both 2 RBI hits against Oregon State on Friday. He struck out on a Trey Morris fastball back in the second inning. Team 160 has been around a long time. Some of their early history, 1910 to 1913. Their head coach, you may recognize the name, Branch Rickey. His first coaching experience was in Ann Arbor. Pitched to Hager in the dirt, ball 1. He had recently finished his MLB career, went to law school at Michigan. The guy eventually known for helping break the color barrier with the Dodgers and Jackie Robinson. But he got his first coaching gig at Michigan. 1-0 pitch, swung out in front. Hager fooled by the off-speed. He got the job by asking every Michigan alumnus he knew to write letters to the athletic director, petitioning him to be the head coach. And the AD eventually said, all right, fine, if you'll get them to stop sending me letters. And Branch Rickey became the head coach. 1-1 to Hager upstairs, 2-1. And he had 4 very successful years with the Wolverines, including a 21-4 record. They didn't play as many games back then. His last year with George Sisler as his starting first baseman. Future Hall of Famer. 2-1 the count to Evan Hager. Morris winds and his pitch upstairs, 3-1.
Branch Rickey was a renowned talker, and later on when he was in charge of the Dodgers, players would go in to request raises, and they would come out, and his office became known as the Cave of the Winds.
Here's the 3-1. Hager flies it up the right side, tailing towards foul territory. Talt sprinting towards the foul pole, and he can't get there. It lands in the field of play. Talt started to slow up at the very end, or else he would have ran a hole through the wall. That's parallel with the right field foul line, and it landed a few steps out in front of him. Throws it to a fan, who then drops it back onto the field of play, and he has to go jog and get it.
I think my favorite Branch Rickey story, other than the obvious signing of the great Jackie Robinson, is, Branch liked to be in charge of things. And one time he's on a small aircraft, and they're getting ready to land. It's dark, and it's foggy, and the pilot gets ready to lift the plane up. He's going to go somewhere else.
Here's the pitch, the payoff. It is high and inside. First walk today allowed by Trey Morris. It'll bring up Greg Pace in a 2-0 Beaver lead. Top of the 5th inning, 1 out and 1 on.
15 batters faced. Believe it or not, that's just the 3rd time he's been to even 2 balls in the count. So it's foggy, it's dark. The pilot says it's not safe to land, and Branch says, try to land anyway. I'll take the responsibility.
Here's Rich Dorman walking out from the dugout to have a convo with Trey Morris. I'll take the responsibility. Okay. 1 on and 1 out for Trey Morris. By the way, Beaver Baseball brought to you by Umpqua Dairy, Northwest favorite since 1931. The best Michigan players in their program history by far, at least in terms of their eventual MLB success, would be Barry Larkin, no doubt. He is the primary name, MVP, Hall of Famer, 9-time Silver Slugger. There's some other names in there. Looks like we will have a pitching change. Is this A.J. Hutchison? Is it? Yeah, it is A.J. Looks like. Yep, Hutch coming in from the Oregon State bullpen. Great game for Trey Morris in his Oregon State debut. He is responsible for the runner at first, so the book is still open on the lefty starter, but as it stands, 4 1/3 shutout innings with only 1 hit allowed. Trey Morris gets a good ovation from the Oregon State faithful. Well, we'll see how well A.J. Hutchison can do following Trey Morris. Hutch has pitched once here in Surprise. He went 2 innings in the opener against Michigan. He allowed the go-ahead bloop single in the 8th inning. He jammed a hitter with 2 strikes and 2 outs. Little base hit to shallow right center for the lead for Michigan, made it 5-3, and that ended up being the final score. So A.J. Hutchison now has a second shot here in Surprise against the same team. Right after Evan Hager walked. Hager was the one who had that game-winning hit for Michigan. Hutchison will not get a chance at revenge against him, at least not here. He faces the next guy in the order, Greg Pace, a right-handed batter. So Oregon State swaps out Morris, the lefty pitcher, for Hutch in a spot of the lineup where Michigan has three consecutive right-hand batters in this spot. So it makes sense for the submarining righty, who is most toughest against right-hand batters, to come in here against the 7, 8, 9 hitters. So Trey Morris, his not quite final numbers: 4 1/3 innings, 1 hit. It was a double. He ended up stranding that runner. 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. He threw 57 pitches, and 42 of them for strikes around the zone consistently today. And only walked 1. It was the final batter he faced. A 1-out walk. We continue here in the 5th inning with a 2-0 Beaver lead. Trying to get revenge against Michigan. The Wolverines will send out a pinch hitter, it looks like. It was Greg Pace, a right-handed batter, and they're going to send out Jonathan Kim, who has not started a game here in Surprise. He does have familiarity with Oregon State. Kim homered against the Beavers 2 years ago in Arlington. Jonathan Kim in that 2024 game put Michigan up 1-0 with a home run. Oregon State went on to score 11 consecutive runs, and they were victorious 11-1. Jonathan Kim had the only RBI, a solo homer. He did not play against Oregon State on Friday. He pinch hits here on Monday. First toss to Kim is on the inside corner for a strike. So a pinch hitter and a new pitcher. Instead of a lefty pitcher, righty hitter. Go vice versa in both those categories. Middle infield double play depth with 1 away. Runner at first. Hutch comes back, misses inside on a fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kim has played in 2 games here in Surprise this year. Just gotten 1 at-bat. No hits. The 1-1. Started to swing. It was in the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kim struck out the 1 at-bat he has gotten. Josh Campbell's spot is next in the order. I believe they'll send out another pinch hitter following. Throw to first, it gets by Craig. Hager will sprint to second. Craig runs up to the wall to pick up that ball that got away on the pickoff move. And this advances Evan Hager to second base. Just the second error that Oregon State is committed in Surprise, and both of them were on pickoffs.
So that happened a couple of times yesterday to Stanford.
Yeah. Oregon State still leads this game 2-0. But Michigan has a man in scoring position for just the second time today. Hutch comes set, and his 1-2 slider misses the back door. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Looks like Brendan Stressler is in the on-deck circle for Michigan, who has started the other 3 games here in Surprise. He's 5 for 10, not in the lineup today, but it looks like he'll get an AB. The 2-2, way high and almost hit the batter. Kim takes ball 3, full count. Outfield playing straight up on a cloudy day here in Surprise. High 60s. The wind softly going out towards left field. Hutchison comes set for the payoff pitch. Inside, a bit low, ball 4. Back-to-back walks, one by Morris to end his start, one by Hutch to open his start. Both of them are open his relief appearance, both of them on 3-2 pitches. And now Brendan Stressler will pinch hit for Josh Campbell. 8th spot in the order. And Stressler 5 for 10 with a double and a home run. He homered against Oregon State off of Dax Whitney on Friday. It was the only run that Dax allowed in his season debut. Stressler went yard to right center field. And now he has a chance against A.J. Hutchison. First pitch is lifted foul over the left side. 2-0 Oregon State, top of the 5th inning. 2 Wolverines on base with 1 out. Hutchison set, looks at the runner, the 0-1, right over the heart of the plate. Gets a fastball by him, taken for strike 2. The two guys they pinch hit for were the center fielder and left fielder, respectively. First pinch hitter drew a walk. Stressler falls behind 0-2. With one out, Hutch comes set, and his pitch. A line drive back up the middle, base hit. Hayes picks it up as the runner gets to third. He comes back in. It's cut off by Craig. The run comes home, and Michigan is on the board. It's an RBI single by Brendan Stressler. 2-1. Oregon State still leads, but on an 0-2 pitch, and Stressler fights it right back up the middle and dunked it into shallow center field. Brings up Drew Culbertson, a right-hand hitter. They had three righties in this spot of the lineup. They pinch hit for the first two with left-hand hitters, and then now finally a right-hand hitter stays in to face A.J. Hutchison. The runner at first stopped at second base. Jonathan Kim is the tying run in scoring position. Hutchison fires and gets the outside half on a fastball at 89, 0-1.
Close the book on Trey Morris. 4 1/3 innings, 1 hit, 1 run. It was earned. 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. And he faced 15 batters, went to 2 balls in the count 3 times.
Here's the pitch, a check swing tapper foul. And it's 0-2 on Culbertson. So a 1-out walk by Morris. And he left with that runner at first. And even with the error, it's still earned, since the walk after it would have pushed him to second base anyways, and then scored from second. So, like Rich said, 1 earned run on the day for Morris. Altogether, a great start. The 0-2, a throw back to second, and Kim is back safely on his feet.
Hutch has got to put somebody away. He was 1-2 on Kim, and he eventually walked. 0-2 on Stressler, and he got the base hit on the 0-2 pitch.
The 0-2, a ground ball softly to third, picked up at third by Glasgow. He goes to first, not in time for the double play. Glasgow gets the lead out. He looks over at Singer, who I think wanted him to go that way for a more textbook double play. The good thing is he got the tying run out at third. He could have done a lot worse, but probably if he could do it over again, he would have gone straight to second. But it is the second out of the inning.
Yeah, I know what he was thinking. He just wasn't quite close enough to third base to get the third to first double play.
Through to first, somewhat close, but Culbertson safe on a fielder's choice. 2 down, first and second. Jeffress, the batter, fouls it back almost into our press box, and almost hit a fan because it bounced off the facing of the upper deck. It landed on the stairs, or else it might have hit a fan on the back of the head, and then he gives it to a kid. Tying run still at second for Michigan. Top of the order up now, and it is a left-hand batter. So Michigan has some things going for them for the opportunity, and it hits Jeffress. A fastball that ran inside, and it loads the bases. It'll bring up Cade Lottahoff, right-hand hitting designated hitter, with the bases juiced and 2 down. Brendan Stressler is the runner at third. Culbertson at second. Jeffress at first. And before we see Lottahoff's at-bat, all the infielders will converge along with Jacob Galloway on the mound for a brief mound visit.
This is important moment for A.J. Hutchison here. He had a very important moment for Oregon State early last April. It was the middle game of a 3-game series against UC Irvine. And Oregon State had lost the opener 12-0. Their third loss in 4 games, and there were a ton of question marks. Hutchison came on in relief of Dax Whitney. 4 1/3 scoreless innings of relief. And he picked up a 4-2 win. And that to me is one of the moments that saved the season for Oregon State.
Yeah. Well, another big moment here for the senior. His first pitch is taken for his strike to Lottahoff. 0-1. 2 down, bases loaded. Michigan has scored 1 run this inning. The Beavs still have a 2-1 advantage. Hutch comes set, and his toss. Swung on and missed. Fastball under the barrel of Cade Lottahoff. who had the first hit off Trey Morris, a double down the left field line. He's 1 for 2. Hutch 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. He's set, and the 0-2, swung on, chopper back up the middle, fielded by the second baseman Singer, goes to first, gets the out, inning over. Hutch in some trouble, and he gets out of it. 1 run comes across for the Wolverines on 1 hit, 1 error, a couple walks, and 3 left aboard. Through 4.5, it's Oregon State 2, Michigan 1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Weyerhaeuser, a global leader in sustainable forestry and wood products manufacturing, is proud to offer a wide range of exciting career opportunities at our mills, distribution centers, and working forests across Oregon and Washington. Along with competitive wages, Weyerhaeuser offers full benefits and career growth and development opportunities in a great work environment with great people. Get started by applying online at wy.com/careers. Go Beavs! Weyerhaeuser is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey Beaver Nation, here at Mr. Plywood we know what it means to build. Locally owned and operated for over 50 years, Mr. Plywood goes beyond building decks, storage sheds, and fences. We help build the community. We offer family-style customer service with a friendly and knowledgeable staff that will help you with your next project. If you need hardwoods, plywood, fasteners, or help planning your next project, come down and pay us a visit. We would love to help you on your next project.
We head on to the bottom of the 5th inning from Surprise, Arizona. 2-1, Oregon State leads it. Switch to the wireless service built for Beaver Nation with plans starting at $15 a month. Beavs Mobile supports OSU every time you pay your bill. Learn more at beavsmobile.com. And Beaver Baseball brought to you by Umpqua Dairy, Northwest favorite since 1931. So after 2 pinch hitters come up for Michigan, they put Jonathan Kim in left field, Brendan Stressler in right field. Evan Hager moves from right to center. In case you're keeping score at home, want to keep that defensive alignment. There's the new outfield for the Wolverines. Jacob Galloway to lead off for OSU, trying to re-extend the lead. Was a 2-0 lead for the Beavs. They've had one of those all 4 games. Maybe this will be the first game they actually hold on to it. They've come back to win twice after losing a 2-0 advantage. Still ahead 2-1. Wyatt Navarra winds, and his first pitch hit hard on the ground. A sliding stop and a bobble. It gets through Turner into right field. It'll go down as a base hit for Jacob Galloway, his first of the day. Turner had a pretty good shot at it. Reached down and kind of did a partial feet-first slide to block that ball, and it dribbled through into shallow right field. It's ruled a base knock for Galloway after his first hitless game as a Beaver yesterday, and he was 0 for 1 today. But he singles to open up the 5th inning, and that'll be it for Wyatt Navarra, who had come in last inning and faced 2 batters, retired them both. He allows a single, and he will be replaced by a different right-hander. We'll tell you who it is when we return. Jacob Craig will hit when we come back. 2-1 Beavs in the bottom of the 5th inning. 1-minute pitching change break on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Today we're going to talk about deep breathing, something we all need to do more of, especially when you're getting ready to call your health plan and deal with one of those automated phone trees. You know how it feels to get into an endless phone loop when you just have a simple question that could take 2 minutes or less, and then pretty soon, you've lost your zen.
Shouldn't your health plan help you reduce stress? That's why you'll talk to a real person when you choose Pacific Source Health Plans.
Tranquility. Just like turning the perfect double play, you need to be in sync with the rest of your construction crew. So why is arranging childcare still the hardest part of your day? Enter Childcare for Construction. We help registered apprentices and new journey workers afford reliable childcare from a licensed provider or even a state-approved family member. Learn more at oregon.gov/BOLI/apprenticeship. When workers thrive, Oregon thrives. Go Beavs.
Oregon State Credit Union, the official credit union of OSU Athletics. Join today. Visit OregonStateCU.com/join. New pitcher into the ballgame for Michigan, inheriting a runner at first and nobody out, with the Beavs leading 2-1 in the 5th inning. It's Tyler Finkbeiner, 6'7", 246 pounds. He hails from New Baltimore, Michigan. He's making his Michigan debut and college debut. The freshman has yet to pitch this weekend. Fairly highly rated recruit. Michigan native had a .72 ERA his senior year, 6-0 record, and the 4th overall player in Michigan and 2nd-ranked right-hand pitcher by Perfect Game's prospect rankings. Here he is for the first time in a Wolverines uniform. He'll face Jacob Craig to lead off. So a newcomer against a veteran hitter. Craig, who flew out to medium-depth center field in his first at-bat today. As a runner at first, that's Galloway, with a 1-run Oregon State lead in the 5th inning. Overcast day in Surprise, high 60s. Should be some rain tonight, but nothing affecting this game. First pitch to Craig. Breaking ball, little high to the 6'5" Antioch native. Two very tall guys. Craig does not often face a pitcher multiple inches taller than him, but the 6'7" Finkbeiner deals home a line drive, right side, base hit. Dunks into shallow right center. Galloway hustling for third. The throw is cut off at second. It's a base knock for Jacob Craig, and Galloway goes first to third on the sequence. Still nobody out for Josh Proctor here in the 5th inning. Craig did the same thing Proctor did yesterday. When Josh had his walk-off single, there was nobody on the right side in that hole, the 4-hole, and Proctor just poked one through for the walk-off single. And Craig, in a slightly less dramatic situation, does pretty much the same thing. He didn't mash it. It fluttered just beyond the infield dirt and landed in the grass. Galloway speeds to third. Finkbeiner now facing Proctor, and time is called a balk. This will score a run. Finkbeiner in his Michigan debut balks home Jacob Galloway, and the Beavs lead it 3-1. A first and third situation, and Finkbeiner moved just a little bit after he had come set. And now a mound visit for Tyler Finkbeiner.
Great to see Craig and his approach and taking that ball to the opposite field. Of course, he pulls a lot of his home runs. He told me yesterday that one of his focuses this year is attacking pitches earlier in the count. He said, if you don't get to 2 strikes, you can't strike out. Well, he gets the base hit there on the 1-0 pitch.
Not technically an RBI for Craig, but the run comes home right afterwards. Brock Huntzinger makes the mound visit, former Boise State pitching coach, in their 14-game stint with college baseball. One of the unfortunate members who then had his program re-canceled back in 2020. The Pendleton native, but Pendleton, Indiana, not Oregon. He exits after the mound visit. Proctor steps in. Runner at second. Still nobody out for Oregon State. Bottom of the 5th inning. Finkbeiner deals and spikes the fastball. Low for ball 1, 93 miles an hour.
I subscribe to John Canzano's column, The Bald-Faced Truth, and can't remember if it was the president or the AD that he was speaking with, but whoever it was, I think it was the president, said if I'd been here 9 months sooner, the baseball program would not have been canceled.
Yeah.
I think they could bring it back someday.
I hope so. 1-0. Proctor swings, line drive to the second baseman, caught. Diving back, Craig is there just in time. It was right in the same spot Craig hit his, but Proctor was played defensively different. His walk-off winner yesterday, they were shifting him heavier to the left side. This time, Turner stayed in the hole, and Proctor once again hit it his way, going opposite field. But Proctor went right to Turner. The second baseman makes the catch, first out of the inning.
Proctor now 1 for 6 over the last couple of days, though he's hit the ball hard 3 times. Yesterday he smoked one to short, and here lines out to second.
Tyler Inge, the batter, against his former team. He bunts right in front of home plate. The catcher Miller grabs it, goes to first, gets the out. Inge trying to bunt for a base hit, kind of. With one out, the sacrifice is somewhat helpful, so it was sort of a, if I can get on base, great. Worst case scenario, still advance the runner, which is exactly what happened.
And if I'm an official scorer, I don't give him a sacrifice there. Because
Probably,
he's trying to bunt for a base hit, and there's very little advantage to having a runner at third with 2 down.
So A.J. Singer steps in with 2 down.
They do give him a sacrifice.
They do give him a sacrifice, yeah. Well, he'll take it. Helps the batting average. The pitch to Singer takes a strike. There is a glitch in the system. I asked Hank Hager, why did Jacob Galloway not get a sacrifice on Friday? It was runner at first, nobody out in a close ball game. That's a textbook sacrifice, and he said it should have. College baseball across the country has been having box score problems. Singer flies one to left field. This will scrape the sky. Long hold for Kim. Jonathan underneath it, and he makes the catch. Oregon State strands a runner at third. They do score 1 to match Michigan in the 5th inning. Both teams get a pair, and the Oregon State lead back to 2. It's a 3-1 margin. We head to the 6th inning. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield.
Wilson Equipment, your authorized Bobcat dealer in Western Oregon, has exactly what you need. We offer a wide selection to keep your operation running smoothly. Plus, our industry-leading customer service ensures you get the support you need when you need it. Right now, you can drive home a new compact loader with financing as low as 0% for 48 months, or enjoy rebates up to $10,000. As proud sponsors of OSU Athletics Celebrate Ag, we're cheering loud for the Beavers. Go Beavs! Visit Wilson Equipment in Medford, Eugene, and Salem today. Terms and conditions apply. Visit wilsonequipment.net for details.
Mitch Canham teaches his team the values of hard work, dedication, and swinging for the fences. That's the same philosophy at Umpqua Dairy. For over 90 years, they've produced award-winning ice cream. Just like the Beavers baseball team, Umpqua Dairy has picked up its fair share of national championships through the years. Check out their flavor of the month at umpquadairy.com and find their Oregon-made ice cream at your favorite grocery store. Umpqua Dairy and OSU baseball, a home run combination.
By WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank, you deserve a best bank. A.J. Hutchison out for another inning of relief for Oregon State, stranding the bases loaded last inning. And then Oregon State put up 1 run in the bottom of the 5th. We're on to the 6th. OSU 3, Michigan 1. Colby Turner will lead off against Hutch, followed by Noah Miller and Carson Luna. Turner, a returner for Michigan. He was more of a utility guy last year when the Beavs had their hitters meeting on Friday before the first Michigan game, scouting their starter that day, Tate Carey. They were showing different cuts of him from his previous season. One of them happened to be a Cooper Vance at-bat, since Vance faced Michigan last year when he was playing for Eastern Michigan before transferring to Oregon State. Pitch to Turner is outside, so they showed some film of the starting pitcher. Vance hit a high fly ball to left, and Colby Turner robbed him of a home run in that play. All the Oregon State players were kind of playfully teasing Cooper Vance for almost hitting a home run. Turner lines one back up the middle. Hard hit into center field. A leadoff base knock for the utility man. Single to center to lead off. I say utility man because, well, he's no longer an outfielder. He's played at second base both of these games against Oregon State. So he's not going to rob anybody of a home run today. Well, who knows? I mean, baseball is a crazy game. That would probably be too crazy. And he won't rob Vance, most likely. Vance not in the starting lineup today. Now Noah Miller steps in for Michigan. 3-1 Beavs. Top half of the 6th inning. Short lead off for Turner. A foul ball on the first pitch. Miller got underneath it. Miller has struck out twice today, both times against Trey Morris. If you're just joining us, Trey Morris, a terrific start in his Oregon State debut. 4 1/3 innings, 1 run, 1 hit. The 0-1 pitch, late swing and a miss on the fastball from Miller, 0-2. And even the 1 run allowed by Morris wasn't until after he left. for what it's worth. He's still charged with it, but only mostly his fault, or however you want to describe it. 0-2. And the pitch, a late swing again. He did make contact. Miller fouls it back to the screen.
All fastballs to Miller so far. Let's see if Hutch mixes in the slider. Trey Morris, 57 pitches, 42 strikes. Again, he only went to 2 balls in the count 3 times. I was impressed with his ability to pound the zone.
As Rich Dorman says, he will suffocate the strike zone, and indeed he did. Another 0-2 pitch popped up on the right side. Easton Talt running in. It lands in fair territory, picks it up on 1 bounce, gets it back in to hold the lead runner to second. It almost gets away. A.J. Hutchison backs up the play at third to make sure no error given. It's a base hit on a little flare up the right field line that just barely landed fair by maybe 5 feet. Talt tried to deke the runner by putting up his glove. And Turner got to second. Probably would have stopped there either way. So it's a base hit on an 0-2 pitch. Not good contact, but it worked out for Miller.
Second consecutive inning that A.J.'s given up a base hit in an 0-2 pitch. That's how they scored their run, the Stressler single in the 5th.
So first and second for the Wolverines. They will pinch hit for Carson Luna. A right-hand hitter will be swapped out for a lefty. This is Matt Ossenfort. The 6'3 junior started on Friday against Oregon State. Ossenfort was their first baseman and 3-hole hitter. He went 0 for 4 that day with a walk. So the lefty Ossenfort climbs in with 2 on and nobody out. Hutchison looks back at second and throws to Tyler Inge. Ossenfort, a big hitter, 6'3", 215 pounds, hails from Sioux Falls. And now he'll have to step out as Rich Dorman exits the dugout. Looks like he's going to go to perhaps Zach Kamatz, or unless there's a different guy out there. I saw Kamatz warming earlier, and no, this might be Connor Mendez.
Is a left-hander.
No, okay, so it's not Mendez. Let's see here. It's not Tanner Douglas. It's not Frazier either, so this must be... It's not Calvin Gregory. Let me see here. Oh, it is. I think it is Tanner Douglas. Yes, trying to get a read on the new pitcher coming in. He comes in with 2 on and nobody out yet in the inning.
It is Douglas.
It is Douglas. Okay. So Tanner Douglas will come in for his season debut. Second year in the Oregon State program, the Portland transfer. We'll take a 1-minute pitching change break as he warms up. And we'll face Matt Ossenfort when we return in the 6th inning. Beavs lead at 3-1 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
First Interstate Bank is the proud sponsor of the Community Hero Program. Throughout the year, Beaver Nation has been submitting their community hero stories, and today we want to recognize Garrison, a young man but an old soul. Garrison always puts others before himself, offering a hand to friends, neighbors, and even strangers. Known for acts of love and kindness, from holding doors for elders to lifting others up, Garrison exemplifies true chivalry and compassion. Thank you, Garrison. From First Interstate Bank, proud sponsor of Beaver Athletics.
Pacific Power is proud to support Oregon State Athletics by providing the safe, reliable energy that lights our campus, keeps our laptops charged, and powers opportunities every day. From the classroom to the weight room, from groundbreaking research labs to Research Stadium, Pacific Power is always there to help propel our students and our community forward. Pacific Power, powering your greatness. Let's go Beavs!
Douglas comes in for Oregon State. First appearance of the weekend and therefore first of the season for Douglas. Pitched for Portland to begin his college career. Came to Oregon State last season. Didn't have a great year. ERA over 13. Just made 14 appearances, but the coaches still expecting him to have a role in this bullpen. The lefty, kind of a lower arm slot, crafty guy. His first pitch of his first outing this season. Breaking ball popped up foul. Ossenfort got underneath it and sends it to the seats on the left side. Michigan sent out a left-hand pinch hitter. Oregon State matches with a left-hand reliever. Replaces A.J. Hutchison, who got in some trouble both innings. Got out of it last inning, straining the bases loaded. But he did retire only 2 batters in his outing and allowed 3 hits. The 0-1 to Ossenfort. Breaking ball tapped at the plate and rolls foul up the right side. And it's 0-2. Hutchison responsible for 2 runners aboard, back-to-back singles to open up the inning. And Tanner Douglas will try to get out of this jam. Still nobody out. Top of the 6th, 3-1, Beavers in front. The wind picking up a little bit, favoring the hitter out towards center. Douglas steps off. We were expecting windier conditions as the game went along. We might see gusts up to 15 to 20 as we go, but right now only moderate. The 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball got him to go around. He tried to hold back. He could not. Strike 3. Tanner Douglas on 3 pitches. Punches out Matthew Ossenfort, and that's a big first out of the inning. A McDonald strikeout for Tanner Douglas. Brings up Evan Hager, left-hand hitter. Unless they pinch hit for him. No, they won't. They'll leave Hager in there. He's been good against Oregon State. 3 hits on Friday. He's 0 for 1 today with a walk and a run scored, the only Wolverine to score this afternoon. Douglas comes set, looks back at the runner. He kicks. Breaking ball again, slider with a swing and a miss.
It was Douglas' bread and butter at the University of Portland. Why he pitched so well there, why Oregon State was so excited about him. Hoping that he's back on the beam this year after struggling last year.
Also pitched at South Tacoma Community College. Then Portland, then Oregon State. The 0-1 breaking ball comes right back over the heart of the plate. Called a strike. Evan Hager asks a question of Jason Starkovich, the home plate umpire. If anything, it was low, but it definitely was over the dish. 0-2 again from Douglas.
Couple of sliders. Does he show him a fastball here?
Comes set, and his pitch, slider again in the dirt. Hager almost swung at it. It's 1-2. Outfield and medium depth, Nyan Hayes shaded to the left center alley. Infield, not a big shift, but a little bit moved over to the right. Shortstop Inge holding the runner near the bag. Tying run at first, 2-on. The 1-2. Slider again in the dirt. And Hager once again thought about swinging, but it was at least a couple of baseballs off the plate and low.
Yeah, those last 2 sliders weren't really competitive enough to get a chase. I think he can get one if he throws one close to the zone.
Douglas comes set with his brown glove next to his belt buckle. His 2-2. Fastball low. Oh, he gave him the low strike earlier this at-bat, and that was the one Hager asked about. That one looked about in the same spot at the knees. Maybe a touch low. It loads the count full. 2-on for Michigan in a 2-run ball game. 1 out in the 6th. The payoff pitch. Slider not close in the dirt. Bases loaded. Got ahead 0-2. And walked him. So brings up Jonathan Kim. The good thing for Oregon State is when they brought in A.J. Hutchison last time through the order, Michigan swapped him with 2 left-handed pinch hitters. Well, now Oregon State has a left-hand pitcher in, coming back to the same spot in the order where these 2 lefties are coming up. Kim and then next Stressler. He's still in the on-deck circle. Bases loaded, 1 out. The pitch, Kim takes and darts below the zone. A breaker, ball 1. Michigan got their 1 run last inning. Oregon State matched it to go back up by 2, but that feels like a pretty small lead right now. 3-1, 1 out, bases loaded, 1-0. At the knees, that one gets the strike call, 1-1. Douglas has been flirting with that bottom part of the zone. He's gotten the low strike call twice. Would have had strike 3 last at bat, and the one time it wasn't called. His 1-1. Breaking ball, foul tip. Galloway holds on to strike 2. Third straight at bat. Douglas has gotten to 2 strikes. 1 strikeout, 1 walk.
And if he throws a quality slider, he can get him.
Middle infield and double play depth. Corner infielders playing behind the bags with the bases loaded. The 1-2. On the outside corner, fastball froze him. Strike 3, 2 down.
Maybe Kim was thinking along the same lines as me, because you're right, he was frozen by that fastball.
Dotted it up on the lower outside edge. Would have been hard to hit even had he been expecting a fastball and taken a crack at it. 2 down, Brendan Stressler, the batter, who has the 1 RBI today. An 0-2 single to center field off of Hutchison. Now facing Tanner Douglas with the bases loaded. Here comes the first pitch. Breaking ball. Strike on the outside corner. Stressler checked his swing, but it was in the zone just barely anyways.
Kind of an important outing for Tanner Douglas after last year. This would be big to get off on the right foot.
Yeah. Bases loaded with 2 down. His strike 1 pitch in the dirt, low and away. 1-1. Can the Beavers strand the bases loaded 2 innings in a row? Douglas comes set, takes a deep breath, and submits the 1-1. Off speed, got Stressler to swing over the pitch that was dumping below the zone. 1-2. The wind picking up from right to left. The crowd noise picking up all around us as Douglas checks his wristband, steps back on the rubber. The 1-2. Swung on and foul. Just got an edge of that baseball and tips it behind home plate.
80 on our fastball. Now I think it's back to the slider.
Brendan Stressler, who pinch hit last inning, had the single on a 2-strike pitch. Now is a 1-2 count from Tanner Douglas. He kicks. Breaking ball, swung on and missed. Strike 3. The Beavs lead the bases loaded for 2 consecutive innings. Tanner Douglas strikes out 2 in a row to get the job done, and the Beavs lead is intact, 3-1. 2 hits, 1 walk, no errors, 3 left aboard, no runs across in the 6th inning. Oregon State 3, Michigan 1, on to the bottom of the 6th on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Beaver fans, Oregon State's tradition of excellence is now a winning pairing with Willamette Valley Vineyards Classic Oregon Wine. As a proud wine partner of Oregon State Athletics, we invite you to join us at any of our locations for world-class Pinot Noir, Pacific Northwest-inspired cuisine, and one-of-a-kind events. Learn more and plan your visit at WVV.com. That's WVV.com. Go Beavs!
Imagine you're out walking. Along the same road, at the same time, a driver is distracted by their phone. They look down, don't see you, and veer over the line. Now imagine being the driver with that tragedy on your hands. If you could go back, you would. Before you start your car, put your phone in park, notifications off, eyes up, both hands on the wheel, because we all just want to get there safely. A message from ODOT.
Beaver Baseball brought to you by Pacific Office Automation. Local people respond, local people make decisions, local people make sure you're happy. Pacific Office Automation, problem solved. Easton Talt to lead off for the Beavers, who lead Michigan 3-1. In the home half of the 6th inning, Tyler Finkbeiner comes back out for more relief for the Wolverines. He balked in a run last inning and now starts a clean inning. Talt, Hayes, and Hubbard, the scheduled batters for Mitch Canham's squad.
And Matt Ossenfort has stayed in the game to play first base.
Came in a pinch hit last inning. Network stations will get an ID in here at first opportunity. Talt about to step in against Finkbeiner, the 6'7" righty. Talt hitting from the left side. The wind has died down. It picked up a little bit last inning. Soft wind going out to right. Pitch to Talt, low and outside for a ball. The Beavs do not have a home run yet this year. When they do, it'll be brought to you by Safeway. Stop into Safeway, your exclusive grocery partner of Oregon State Athletics. Talt was probably the closest. Coaches said if the wind had continued to gone out to right, like it was all day, it's the 1-0 to Talt low, 2-0. Hit that one on Friday against Michigan. Would have tied the game in the 9th inning. It died at the warning track with the wind coming in for the first time all day. And so Talt nor any Beaver so far has hit a home run. 2 balls, no strikes to Easton. Finkbeiner's pitch over the outside half and a strike. Infield shifting him a bit to the right side. Third baseman is playing in case he bunts. The shortstop near second base. 2-1 pitch. He swings and hits it high in the air, out of play. Left field side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Talt started 12 games his freshman year, 9 as a sophomore, 60 as a junior last year. First start was right here in Surprise opening day his freshman year. And did not play well, didn't get a hit, misplayed a ball in left field. 2-2 pitch. Swings a hard hit grounder through the hole, up the middle, into right center field. He takes a big turn around first. I thought he was going to go to second for a moment. He was running hard around first, but he stops, returns. It's a leadoff base hit for Easton Talt, his second hit of the day.
For reference, last year here in Surprise, in 2 games against Xavier, 1 against UNLV, 1 against Indiana, Oregon State hit 7 home runs.
Crossed over the century mark last season. Likely will not do the same this year, but they're hoping that competitive at-bats, not striking out very much, situational hitting can produce enough runs. Like yesterday, they won a game on a 3-2 final score. Here's Nyan Hayes. He takes a pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Nyan Hayes has one of the best stories, Rich, of ending up at Oregon State. He's hitting here with a 3-1 lead, bottom of the 6th. He hails from New Orleans, and he says it was kind of a full circle story to come to Oregon State because when he was in 4th grade, going to school in Louisiana, his elementary school had sort of a college fair project. He shows bunt, takes, and it's high, ball 2. And a lot of his friends loved the University of Oregon. It was the flashy 2000s. They're getting all the cool jerseys and all that. And, you know, the Ducks were kind of in vogue in the mid to late 2000s for that reason. And he said, I want to do something different. So he picked Oregon State as his school. He shows bunt and did make an attempt, didn't make contact. So it's a strike on Hayes, 2-1. They all had to make a little project, you know, do some research on one school of their choosing. And of all schools in the country, a kid from New Orleans picked Oregon State.
That's great.
Yeah. And so now when he had the chance to transfer somewhere and Oregon State was recruiting him, he felt, well, that's kind of poetic. And it was part of the reason why he came to Corvallis. Hayes takes again high, showed the barrel, but not close to the strike zone, 3-1.
So do you let the count talk you out of the sacrifice here, 3-1?
That's a good question.
Chose Oregon State, as well he should.
Some great defense today. Tracked down a ball in left center field. He does have a hit as well. He's 1 for 2 on the afternoon.
I think he's going to be a fan favorite this year at Goss. Nyan Hayes.
The 3-1, he does show bunt again and takes high. So they didn't change the call necessarily, but I'm sure he was only going to bunt if it was a really hittable pitch. Good eye. Ball 4. He advances Talt without sacrificing an out. First and second for the Beavers, leading 3-1. No outs. And Bryce Hubbard will be the next batter. He will wait for a mound visit, and it looks like a pitching change. Tyler Finkbeiner making his Michigan debut. A bit of a rough outing. He balks in a run and then starts out this frame by allowing the first 2 batters to reach. And it looks like a left-handed pitcher, right-handed pitcher will.
Is it? Yeah, I believe you're right. They had Slade Moore standing out of the bullpen, a left-hander, but they do bring in
Max DeBeck is the new pitcher for Michigan. We'll take a 1-minute pitching break. In fact, we haven't done a station ID. Let's go ahead and do that now before we take a break with 2 runners on for the Beavs in the 6th inning. Station ID time. This is Beaver baseball from Learfield. We'll take a 1-minute pitching change break and come back with Bryce Hubbard's at-bat with a Beaver lead of 3-1 in the 6th inning. This is Beaver baseball from Learfield.
At the stadium or home, keep your cocktails local with Crater Lake Spirits, because great booze, happy people isn't just our motto, it's our personal guarantee. With every bottle of Crater Lake, you're getting Oregon pride distilled. Our spirits are a toast to tradition and a nod to innovation. Every sip is a celebration of the good times, the great outdoors, and the unbeatable spirit of the Pacific Northwest. Join us in raising a glass to victories, big and small, with Crater Lake Spirits, proudly sponsoring Oregon State Athletics. We're here to make every game day unforgettable.
Hey, Beaver Nation, there's nothing like celebrating a big win, right? Generations of OSU families know that you can't win in sports or life without a strong team to support you. When it comes to your health, P3 Oregon is proud to support Oregonians and the Beaver Nation. The P3 Care Team works alongside your provider to connect you with the care you need in between doctor's visits. Medication management, nursing support, health questions. Our team has got your back. Celebrate a winning season of health. Visit p3oregon.org to learn more.
A well-traveled relief pitcher comes into the game for the Michigan Wolverines. The Beavers threatening with 2 on, nobody out, and a 2-run lead. 3-1 Beavers in the bottom of the 6th. Max DeBeck comes in for the Wolverines. Currently pitching for Michigan, he has had stops in Folsom, California for Folsom Lake College, in College Station, Texas at Texas A&M. Now in Ann Arbor. He's also pitched at the University of Washington, where he's from. He hails from Seattle. He's also pitched in Corvallis for the Corvallis Knights and in Newport, Rhode Island for a different college summer team. So a lot of different jerseys this man has played in. Now he's facing Oregon State. Bryce Hubbard ready. First pitch to Hub is buzzed in at the top of the zone. Fastball at 92, strike 1.
Back in the day, his nickname would have been Suitcase. Suitcase DeBeck.
Yeah. He inherits 2 runners. A 6'7" righty who replaces a different 6'7" right-hander. Throws the 0-1 breaking ball low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Easton Talt single to open up the inning. Nyan Hayes walked. And Tyler Finkbeiner was pulled from the game for Michigan. And the 22-year-old, he'll turn 23 in about a week. DeBeck looks at home and then steps over the rubber, throws back to second to get Talt back to the bag.
So 2 on, none out. Oregon State not having their cleanup hitter bunt, which I like.
Hubbard with a 1-1 count. Outfield playing him straight up. DeBeck looks back at Talt, raises the leg and deals and misses low. Fastball gets Hubbard ahead in the count. 2 balls and a strike. Bryson Glasgow is on deck for Oregon State. He's made some good contact today, but he's 0 for 2. Right-hand hitter awaits. Hubbard, the lefty, at the plate with a hitter's count. DeBeck's 2-1. A ground ball right to the second baseman. Vacuumed in by Turner. Goes to the shortstop for the out. Culbertson turns well onto first. It's a double play. The inning continues, but 2 down. Glasgow comes up with a runner at third. 4-6-3 twin killing. Hayes forced out at second base. Talt advances to third on the sequence. 3-1 Beavers. They could use a little bigger lead, especially with how many base runners the Wolverines have been getting lately, stranding the bases loaded each of the last 2 innings. Oregon State has just stranded 1 today. That was last inning. First pitch to Glasgow. Breaking ball, tumbles in for a strike, 0-1.
Remember Bryson Glasgow, the Clackamas Community College transfer at 438 last year. And he's a bat-to-ball guy. Usually puts it in play.
At the back of the batter's box from the right side, DeBeck comes in and hits the outside corner on a fastball, makes it 0-2.
And what a time it would be for Glasgow's first Division I hit.
Wind picking up a little bit out towards left field. The sun kind of poking through the clouds. Here is the 0-2. Breaking ball stays upstairs. Close to coming down to the upper part of the zone, but it's a ball, 1-2. Infield in pretty standard positioning. Outfield straight up and in medium depth. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball, top part of the zone. He got it right there in the upper inside corner. Strike 3 taken. The inning comes to an end. Good job by DeBeck. Gets a double play and a strikeout. And Oregon State goes scoreless in the bottom of the 6th. 3-1. Beavers still in front. When we come back for the 7th inning, Rich Burke will have the play-by-play right here on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
It's time for today's Benny's Buddies Pet Spotlight, the official fan club for your favorite pets. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Today we're featuring Benny's Buddies member Arvo, an Australian cattle dog Chihuahua mix. Arvo loves going on walks and listening to the Beaver games on the radio. Sign up your pet today at osubeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter, and Toyota and Oregon State will be giving away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more.
First Interstate Bank is the proud sponsor of the Community Hero Program. Throughout the year, Beaver Nation has been submitting their community hero stories, and today we want to recognize Garrison, a young man but an old soul. Garrison always puts others before himself, offering a hand to friends, neighbors, and even strangers. Known for acts of love and kindness, from holding doors for elders to lifting others up, Garrison exemplifies true chivalry and compassion. Thank you, Garrison. From First Interstate Bank, proud sponsor of Beaver Athletics.
3-1 Oregon State going to the top half of the 7th inning. The late innings of the finale of the 4-game set here in Surprise. Orange and black all the way around the seating bowl down below us here at Surprise Stadium. The spring home of the Texas Rangers and the Kansas City Royals. A couple of teams that have won the World Series the last decade plus. Kansas City 2015. After Tanner Douglas ended up striking out the side in the 6th inning. He came on with 2 on and none out. He struck out the pinch hitter Matt Ossenfort, then got ahead of Evan Hager 0-2, but walked him to load the bases. Then he struck out Jonathan Kim on a fastball on the outside corner. He struck out Brendan Stressler on a slider. And so, successful outing for Tanner Douglas. Now, Zach Kamatz, and he delivers. And it's taken low ball 1. Facing the number 9 hitter, the shortstop, Drew Culbertson. 3-1 Oregon State. Kamatz peers over his glove, now into his wine. And the 1-0 pitch taken outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Kamatz worked in the opener. 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned. No walks and 1 strikeout. Facing this Michigan ball club, fastball in there for a strike, 2-1. KMATZ, Zach Kamatz, out of New Mexico. Into his wind, and the 2-1 pitch swung on and trickled foul over toward the Oregon State dugout. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball at 93. Kamatz's brother Jacob, 46 games, 45 starts over his 3 years with Oregon State. Off-speed pitch taken inside. Looked like a slider with not a lot on it. 3-2 the count. Number 9 hitter at the plate, Culbertson is flied to center and grounded out to third base. The pitch on the way. He takes a fastball in there, got him looking. 1 down here in the Wolverine half of the 7th. 3-1 Oregon State. Kamatz strikes out the first man to face him, and it brings up Braden Jeffress. Kamatz came on in relief of Dax Whitney on Friday to start the 6th inning. Pitch to Jeffress. Fastball just outside, according to Jason Starkovich. 1 ball, no strikes to the leadoff batter. He struck out, grounded out to second, and been hit by a pitch. He didn't face Jeffress in the opener of the season. Pitch fouled off 1-1. Did face Drew Culbertson, who just struck out. He got Culbertson to ground out to short. Gamatz peers over his glove. Shakes off Galloway. Now picks a card and delivers. Breaking ball misses low. 2-1 the count to Jeffress. Cade Lodahoff on deck. Oregon State 2 in the fourth. Each team 1 in the fifth. That's where we stand right now. 3-1 Beavs. Top of the seventh. 2-1 pitch. Tails outside. 3-1 the count. Gamatz heaves aside, standing behind the pitching rubber. Now looks at his PitchCom device, a watch-looking device on his left wrist, and now winds and delivers, and that pitch is taken low, ball 4, a 4-pitch walk. To lead up batter Braden Jeffress, Cade Lodahoff, the DH, is coming up. Fourth walk allowed by Oregon State to go along with a hit batter. Lodahoff, right-hand hitter against the right-hander Zach Gamatz. Gamatz figures to be an important part of what Oregon State does this year. The right-hander delivers, and it's a fastball taken inside. 91 miles an hour. Gamatz 6'3", listed at 234 pounds. Picked to first and back to the bag, Braden Jeffress. Gamatz last year, 18 relief appearances, 2 wins, no losses, 1 save. 30 hits allowed in 26 2/3 innings. 9 walks, 29 strikeouts. He delivers, swung on, fly ball toward left field. Proctor started back, now coming in. He's there to reel it in. Jeffress back to first. Lodahoff didn't get all of it. And they're two-way with the second baseman, Colby Turner. Struck out, grounded out to short, and singled up the middle. His single started off the 6th inning. An inning in which the Wolverines would strand the bases loaded for the second consecutive frame. They had also left them loaded in the 5th when they got their run. If you're just joining us, Oregon State's starter, Trey Morris. Have you heard the name? I think you're going to be hearing it a lot. The true freshman out of the Fresno area. Fastball misses outside, I guess. That was close. 1-0 to Turner. Runner at first. With 2 down here in the 7th. Trey Morris, 4 1/3 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk. Allowed 1 run. It was earned, 6 strikeouts. Pitch in the dirt. Galloway couldn't smother it. It trickles about 20 feet away, and down to second on the wild pitch goes Jeffress. Runner at second with 2 down. 2-0 the count to Colby Turner. "3-1 Beavs, top of the 7th. Gamatz looking for a clean inning after giving up a run in his outing on Friday in the pitch, and it swung on a chop foul. Two balls and 1 strike. Gamatz, in fact, gave up 2 runs on Friday, 1 of them earned. 2-1 to Colby Turner. The pitch to the number 3 hitter. Fastball fouled off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A chance for Gamatz to put him away here. Averaged more than a strikeout an inning last year. Gamatz looks in. Now comes set. Ready, and he delivers. Fastball foul back. Still 2-2. Runner at second with 2 down. Gamatz looks in. Now comes set. Jeffress leads at second. His slider's in the dirt. Full count to Turner. The catcher, Noah Miller, is on deck. Hoping to come up with a tying run on base here in the top of the seventh. 3-1 Beavs. Kamats delivers. Slider pull on the ground toward third. Glasgow has it go off the tip of his glove, past the diving shortstop into left field. A run is home. It's 3-2 Beavs. Glasgow diving to his left. It was off the tip of his glove. It's a base hit for Turner, his second hit of the day. Jeffress scoring from second. 2 outs, and Miller, the catcher, coming up indeed with a tying run on base. Now it's Cooper Vance at third base, who came on to replace Glasgow. Glasgow known as an average fielder. Vance known as a good fielder. And the pitching coach, Rich Dorman, going out to the hill. Right-hander on the hill, right-hand hitter at the plate. Zach Edwards is at work in the Oregon State bullpen. So a base hit for Turner's made it a 1-run ball game. Had our share of those, huh? It was a 2-run game that Michigan won on Friday, and then Beavers won 7-6 over Arizona on Saturday. 3-2 on the walk-off by Josh Proctor in the bottom of the ninth yesterday, and they lead 3-2 here.
Looks like Zach Edwards will come in for Oregon State. Like you said, another close game. We've had no margin larger than 3 runs. Another tight one today.
Hey, stop into any of your 39 neighborhood Dairy Mart stores. Get what you really want. Fast, real fast. We have a pitching change break here at Surprise Stadium. A little bit outside downtown Phoenix, maybe 35, 40 minutes away. And the tying runs at first base for the Wolverines with 2 down here in the top of the 7th inning. A run home, 3-2 Beavs. We'll take a pitching change break and be back in a moment on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Beaver Nation! Did you know you're on the doorstep of a great Alaska adventure? Set sail from Seattle with Holland America, the Alaska vacation experts. They've been sharing the wonders of the Great Land for nearly 80 years. Experience magnificent glaciers guaranteed on every Alaska cruise, and watch whales splash with the cruise line that's #1 in Alaska wildlife and wilderness tours. Discover experiences too good to hurry through with Holland America, the official cruise line of Oregon State University Athletics. Go Beavs!
The game clock is winding down, and so is that plate of piping hot steak nachos. Your eyes are on the last play, but they're also on that last chip, piled high with succulent steak, lending its deep flavor to all the fixins. Just as you reach in, so does your buddy. Game on. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Brought to you by the Ranchers and Farmers of Oregon and the Oregon Beef Council.
Well, if it was an important outing for Tanner Douglas earlier, this is certainly an important outing for Zach Edwards, who struggled in relief of Ethan Kleinschmidt against Arizona on Saturday. He faced 4 batters, gave up 4 hits, all singles, 4 runs, 3 of them earned, and he comes in here in the 7th inning with a runner at first. 2 down, a run home. Colby Turner, the runner at first. Right-hand hitting Noah Miller comes up. It was 2/3 of an inning for Zach Kamats. Gave up a walk, a hit, a run. The runner at first, Turner, belongs to him. Zach Edwards, the flame-throwing right-hander, comes set, checks Turner, now deals to Miller, and the fastball taken low, 96 on the gun. Edwards, 6'2", 230 pounds. Ball gripped on a changeup grip in his right hand as he puts it in his glove and comes set. And the pitch, fastball, line drive into right center, base hit with the shift on. To second is Turner. He turns coming to third. The throw comes in to Tyler Inge. It's a base hit for Noah Miller. Edwards has faced 5 batters this year. He's given up singles to each of them. And it brings up the first baseman, Matt Ossenfort, who now gets to face a right-handed pitcher facing the left-hander Douglas. He struck out on a check swing on a slider in the 6th. The tying run is 90 feet away. Go-ahead run at first. Edwards takes his cap off. He's got to be thinking, what in the world is going on here? Edwards ready, comes set, first and third, 2 down, and the pitch to Ossenfort. Sliders inside, ball 1. Actually, fastball. Had some cut to it. Zach Edwards replacing Zach Kamatz. Edwards from Riverton, Utah. Right-hander delivers to Ossenfort. There's a line drive into left field, base hit. Turner comes home to score to tie the game. Proctor's cap flies off. He fields it, gets it back in. Miller stops at second on a single by Ossenfort. Evan Hager coming up. 3-3 tie here in the 7th. And for the 4th straight game, Oregon State lets a 2-0 lead get away. That 2-0 lead had turned into a 3-1 lead entering this, the top of the 7th inning, and now it's 3-3. Edwards last year as a freshman appeared in 16 games for Oregon State. Galloway out to talk with him. 18 2/3 innings. Only 17 hits. Walked 9, struck out 22. The ERA was 5.79. But he has faced 6 batters this year, and all 6 have singles. Is that Robles in the bullpen?
That is, yep.
I think the plan here was Kamatz for an inning, maybe 2, and then maybe Edwards to close, or maybe Kamatz for an inning, then Edwards for the 8th and Robles for the 9th. But that's all out the window now. The game is tied at 3. First and second, 2 down. Kamatz struck out Culbertson looking on a fastball, and then walked Braden Jeffers, the leadoff batter, on 5 pitches. Got Lodahoff, the DH, to fly out to left. And Colby Turner worked the count to 2-0, then to 2-2. He fouled one off, took ball 3, and singled to left. That was it for Kamatz. Edwards came in on his second pitch. Noah Miller singled up the middle to bring home a run. Actually, it was the base hit by Turner that brought home a run. Miller singled to put runners at first and third, and then Ossenfort singled on the second pitch he saw. Oh, pitching change. Edwards comes out. When he makes his next outing, he will have given up hits to all 6 batters that he's faced this year. Long-haired right-hander out of Long Beach State. Robles coming in. We have a pitching change break. We'll take a quick timeout here on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Whether it's OSU Game Day or you're getting ready for OSU Game Day, make sure Dairy Mart is on your playlist. With 39 neighborhood stores throughout the Willamette Valley, Dairy Mart has everything you'll need for a great game. Beer and pop, ice, chips, healthy, fresh-to-go snacks, even hot deli items, and your favorite Lock Me dairy products. Stop into your local Dairy Mart and get what you really want for Beavers Game Day.
Dairy Mart is here, man. Dairy Mart's right here.
Weyerhaeuser, a global leader in sustainable forestry and wood products manufacturing, is proud to offer a wide range of exciting career opportunities at our mills, distribution centers, and working forests across Oregon and Washington. Along with competitive wages, Weyerhaeuser offers full benefits and career growth and development opportunities in a great work environment with great people. Get started by applying online at wy.com/careers. Go Beavs! Weyerhaeuser is an equal opportunity employer.
Albert Robles comes out of the Oregon State bullpen. R-O-B-L-E-Z. Long-haired right-hander out of Long Beach State University who pitched against the Beavers the final weekend of the regular season last year. When the Beach came in, Oregon State needed to sweep that series to set themselves up for a chance to host a super regional. They did sweep that series, and they were indeed given a top 8 national seed, which they turned into a trip to Omaha. And we're going to have a pinch runner here. We're going to have a pinch runner for the Wolverines.
Yeah, it looks like the Portland native, Brock Lightgeb, has come out. You don't oftentimes see a pinch runner catcher, but Lightgeb, the Jesuit product from Portland, is out at second base.
He figures to stay in the game to catch. Pinch running for the catcher, Noah Miller. Apparently the ravages of time after all those squats over the years haven't caught up with Lightgeb yet. Well, Brock is the runner at second base. He's the go-ahead run with 2 down as Evan Hager climbs in. Albert Robles, long-haired right-hander. He's got an iron mic delivery right over the top. He comes set, and he delivers. Fastball in there for a strike. Remember the old pitching machines that they had prior to when Jugs invented the wheeled pitching machine? The metal arm that would come right over the top. They called it iron mic. Well, that's Robles' delivery. Former Arizona Diamondback Josh Colminter had an iron mic release. Next pitch, change up. That's taken a little bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike. 85 miles an hour from Robles. His second appearance of the season. Right-hander puts the ball in his right hand. Looks into his battery mate Galloway. Now comes set. Checks Lightgeb at second base. And the pitch, breaking ball, swung on and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Robles worked against Arizona on Saturday, picked up the save with 2/3 of an inning. Here he is in the 7th inning in this one. 2 runs home for the Wolverines. The game tied at 3, 2 down and 2 on. He looks at second and delivers. Fastball high. Hager had to duck underneath that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Robles last year, Long Beach State. 19 games, 16 out of the bullpen. 4-3, 2.78 ERA, had 4 saves, only 34 hits allowed and 58 1/3. Looks back at the pinch runner Lightgeb, and he delivers to Hager, swung on and missed. He pulled the string on a change, and down he goes. And Robles staring at Hager as he walks the first few steps off the mound, now turning his attention to his teammates, greeting him coming out of the dugout. Robles strikes out Hager to strand 2. The Wolverines, though, get 2. We're going to the bottom half of this 7th inning. We're tied at 3 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Just like turning the perfect double play, you need to be in sync with the rest of your construction crew. So why is arranging childcare still the hardest part of your day? Enter Childcare for Construction. We help registered apprentices and new journey workers afford reliable childcare from a licensed provider or even a state-approved family member. Learn more at oregon.gov/BOLI/apprenticeship. When workers thrive, Oregon thrives. Go Beavs.
Picture this, a crisp Oregon day, and you've just finished 9 holes of golf with your friend. You head to the pub where the food is delicious and everybody knows your name. This is like at Corvallis Club, your home away from home. Corvallis Club is a private club and 18-hole golf course in the heart of Corvallis, offering exceptional fine dining, event spaces, a seasonal heated pool, a fitness center with sauna, a 2-bedroom suite, and limousine service. Call or email our concierge today at concierge@corvallisclub.com.
Bottom half of the 7th inning, and we're tied at 3 after the Wolverines pick up a pair in the top of the frame. Beaver Baseball is brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Max DeBeck came on with 2 on and none out in the 6th inning, and the Beavers threatening to break the game open. He got Hubbard to ground into a 4-6-3 double play, albeit hit pretty hard. And then he struck out Bryson Glasgow to leave a runner at third base. Here is Jacob Galloway. A couple of former Aggies here. Transfers from earlier in their career, Texas A&M, though they weren't teammates. The pitch on the way to Galloway. Fastball is taken in there for a strike. Galloway was an Aggie last year after a couple of years at USC. And DeBeck had been with Texas A&M back in 2023, though he did not see game action. Right-hander heaves a sigh. 0-1 pitch is coming up, and it's a fastball taken outside. 1-1 to Jacob Galloway. Another Jacob. Jacob Craig is on deck, and then Josh Proctor. Oregon State could have had more. They hit some balls in the button that have been right at people. 0-1 pitch to the left-hand hitter. He swings and he lines one past the glove of the first baseman, Austin Fort, into right field. Galloway turns at first. He's coming to second. Stressler's throw, not in time. Well late. It's a double for Jacob Galloway. He's 2 for 3 on the day.
You had just mentioned they've hit the ball on the button right at people, and he hit that one just to the left of Austin Ford. And off the bat, I thought, he's going to reach out and catch it. Just missed it. And then the ball in right field, Stressler made a really poor throw from right field, and what could have been a close play at second was not, and a double for Galloway.
Pretty sure that's Brock Lightgib back at the plate who came in to pinch run. He's got his chest protector, and it's covering up his number in the back. The head coach, Tracy Smith, going out to the mound. Leadoff double for Jacob Galloway. It's hard to imagine two more physically different players than the starting catcher for the Beavers last year and the starting catcher every game this weekend for Oregon State. Wilson Weber, huge, muscular, imposing man. And Jacob Galloway, for a catcher, is a little wisp of a thing, but they're both extremely talented.
Yeah, different games, different types of hitters. I mean, Wilson Weber hit the ball harder than maybe any Oregon State player ever in terms of, I mean, he has the velocity, exit velocity record. I said it, and then, different guys for sure.
We have a pitching change here. Big right-hander coming in for Michigan. We'll tell you about him when we come back. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Oregon State has just let the lead get away. We're tied at 3, but they have the leadoff runner at second base, and there's nobody out. We'll be back in a moment on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Whether it's game night or family night, Main Street Bistro's rich and savory selection of refrigerated side dishes makes it easy to serve restaurant-inspired meals any night of the week. Try pairing your favorite entree with our creamy, delicious twice-baked potatoes, fully baked and made with real whole milk and sharp cheddar cheese for a memorable meal that's sure to win the hearts of everyone at the table. Find Main Street Bistro sides in your grocer's meat department.
At Oregon State Credit Union, we weren't just founded in Beaver Country, we were born a Beaver and have been part of the OSU family from the start. And we're proud to be the official credit union of Oregon State University Athletics. Right now, you can earn a $300 bonus when you open any checking account. Get rewarded and bank where your Beaver pride runs deep. Join the credit union that was born a Beaver just like you. Open an account online at OregonStateCU.com/checking or visit your local branch. Federally insured by NCUA, limited time offer and some restrictions apply.
Big right-hander Gavin DeVote comes out of the bullpen for the Wolverines. 6'5", 238-pound junior out of a town I've never heard of. I've heard of a lot of towns. Walled Lake, Michigan. W-A-L-L-E-D. Walled Lake, Michigan. He went to Walled Lake High School. And he'll be facing Jacob Craig. Clash of the Titans here. Two big guys. DeVote and Craig. Let's see, Walled Lake, Michigan. That's in the Detroit metro area, so to speak. It's in Oakland County. About 30 miles northwest of downtown Detroit. Gavin DeVote facing Jacob Craig. Craig, the California boy. Look back at second at Galloway. And DeVote delivers, and it's taken in there for a strike. 86-mile-an-hour slider, I believe, to Craig. 3-3 tie. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Craig had a base hit in the 5th inning, part of an Oregon State run-scoring frame. He swings and fouls it back. Now the slider 0-2. Craig told me yesterday that he's going to be aware of more spin, more breaking balls early in at-bats. Josh Proctor is due up next. Galloway leads at second. Bird dog by Colby Turner, trying to keep him close in case there's a play at the plate. The pitch to Craig, swung on and missed on a slider, and down he goes. Craig 1 for 3 today, first time he struck out. And that'll bring up Josh Proctor, who had the walk-off hit yesterday. Fly to left, lined out to second in this one. Proctor, big guy himself, he's fielded a pretty good left field. Proctor, 6'5", 235. Facing the 6'5", 238, Gavin DeVote. Proctor has a look at one in there, outer half. 0-1 the count. 86 miles an hour again from DeVote. The fifth pitcher used by the Wolverines in this one. Go ahead, run at second here in the bottom of the seventh inning. DeVote deals. And there's a ground ball to the left is short. Culbertson scoops it up, throws wide, and the first baseman, Austin Ford, tags Proctor going by. Galloway to third base. Proctor, average wheels. Mitch Canham says maybe slightly above average wheels, but he's not one who would throw fear into the opponents with his running speed. Not like some other guys in the team, but the throw was wide, and nice play by Austin Ford down there at first base. There are two down. Tyler Inge facing his former team, looking for a big hit. Here in the bottom half of the seventh inning with two out. Fastball hits the inside corner, 0-1 the count. Inge backs out to the right-hand batter's box to think about things, and now digs back in. 28 games as a true freshman with the Wolverines last year, now in a Beaver uniform. 0-1 pitch coming up to Tyler, and he takes a slider outside. 1-1 the count. Inge hit .217 last year. 3 extra base hits, all doubles for the Wolverines, and 10 runs batted in. Starting shortstop today for Oregon State. The pitch to Tyler Inge, and he bunts it foul, trying to bunt for a base hit to get the go-ahead run home. It's a slider from DeVote, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Inge has struck out, and with a runner at second and 1 out of the fifth inning, laid down a bunt, clearly trying to bunt for a base hit. Odd spot for a sacrifice. He was thrown out at first and was given credit for the sack. Righty to righty, DeVote to Inge. Pitch on the way, swung on a blooper hit to shallow right center field. Stressler coming on, it drops in the Bermuda Triangle. Galloway scores 4-3 Oregon State on a flare into right center off the bat of Tyler Inge.
A little bit of Michigan's own medicine. That's how they got their game-winning bloop on Friday. Almost the same spot on the field. A flare, like he just said, that put them ahead. Now Oregon State takes a go-ahead bloop RBI single into right center. Also on a 2-out, 2-strike pitch.
So a little justice there is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
A.J. Singer, the hitter. Open hole on the right side. Inge leads at first. DeVote delivers, and the slider misses, ball 1.
And good for Tyler Inge because he didn't get to play against his former team on Friday. I'm sure he wanted to be in there. The one game he has not started this week in Surprise.
He leads, held on at first by Austin Fort. And the pitch to Singer. A.J. takes a fastball in there. 1-1 the count. Inge's second hit in the Beaver uniform. Now 2 for 7. Had a double earlier in this series. Came on Saturday against Arizona. Pitch coming up to A.J. Singer. He swings, he lines one toward right, starting and going back. Stressler to reel it in. Another hard hit ball by a Beaver batter. That was hit on the button by Singer, but he lines out to right. Oregon State gets a run. The double for Galloway went to third on a ground out. That was the second out of the inning. And then Tyler Inge against his former team bloops one into right center to bring home Galloway, and the Beavers have a 4-3 lead. We are going to the top half of the 8th inning on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services is your local nonprofit dedicated to providing employment opportunities to veterans and those facing physical and economic challenges within our community. Founded by a veteran in 2013, Blue Sun Inc. has helped more than 2,500 people find employment opportunities, resulting in more than $21 million in net wages going back to the local economy. To learn more about Blue Sun Inc. and how you can help provide employment opportunities, please visit bluesuninc.com. Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services, proud to partner with Oregon State Athletics. Go Beavs!
The game clock is winding down, and so is that plate of piping hot steak nachos. Your eyes are on the last play, but they're also on that last chip, piled high with succulent steak, lending its deep flavor to all the fixins. Just as you reach in, so does your buddy. Game on. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Brought to you by the Ranchers and Farmers of Oregon and the Oregon Beef Council.
Four-3 Beavs. They get the lead back for the 4th consecutive day. The Beavers let a 2-0 lead get away. Had a 2-0 lead early, and then it was 2-1, then 3-1. They let it get away when the Wolverines scored 2 in the top of the 7th. Previous 3 days when they let the 2-0 lead get away. They lost to Michigan on Friday. They beat Arizona on Saturday. They beat Stanford yesterday. They lead Michigan today 4-3. Rich Burke along with Josh Warden. We're going to the top half of the 8th inning. Jonathan Kim, the left fielder, will lead it off. Pinch hit in the 5th inning and walked, then struck out against Tanner Douglas in the 6th. Albert Robles ready and delivers. He deals one outside, ball one. Took a little off of the change from Robles. He came on to strike out Evan Hager swinging on a change to end the 7th inning and strand a pair. Michigan has left 9 on base. Robles delivers over the top fastball, low 1-1. They didn't get a base runner until the 4th. One out double by Cade Lodahoff. One of just 2 base runners allowed by Oregon State freshman starter, left-hander Trey Morris, who was superb. 1 walk, 1 run, 1 hit, 6 strikeouts in his 4 1/3. 2-0 pitch, fastball, line drive, yanked into right. It's a base hit for Jonathan Kim. Kim, who homered against Oregon State a couple of years ago, has himself a base hit here. Tying run on base, none out. Brendan Stressler, the right fielder, coming up. Stressler 6 for 12 this year. Came up as a pinch hitter against A.J. Hutchison in the 5th inning and singled up the middle. And then in the 6th, with the bases loaded 2 down, Tanner Douglas struck him out swinging on a slider. Douglas, a left-hander. Now he's facing the right-hander Robles. The long-haired righty delivers, and the breaking ball taken high, ball 1. 4-3 Oregon State, top of the 8th. Proctor in left, Hayes in center, Talt in right. Craig, the first baseman, holding Kim aboard. Middle infield playing the hitter to pull. There's a line drive. That's pulled into right. Base hit. Kim stops at second base. Talt gets it back in. And the Wolverines have set up shop again here in the 8th inning. First and second, and nobody out. Number 9 hitter Drew Culbertson is coming up, probably to bunt. Back-to-back singles to begin the 8th inning. The skip Mitch Canham is going out to the hill. Discuss some strategy here. Do you put the wheel play on? Do you have the third baseman crash, the shortstop cover third base, try to get the lead runner? If you do that, it opens up holes everywhere in the infield, with the second baseman presumably covering first base and the first baseman charging. It's a play you don't see very often anymore. Dodgers made it work in the World Series last year. So Kim at second, Stressler at first. Emphasis on the first syllable of his last name. More stress for the Beavers. And now Tracy Smith wants an offensive timeout. Both base runners come in outside the first base dugout. As Smith giving some instructions. Mitch Cannon back in the Oregon State dugout. 4-3 Beavs here in the bottom half of the seventh inning, but that lead is in jeopardy. Robles came on to rescue Zach Kamatz and Zach Edwards in the seventh inning by striking out the only batter he faced, Evan Hager, to strand a pair after Michigan had scored twice to tie it.
It looks like they have thrown a pinch runner out at second, Dane Morrow.
He's running for Jonathan Kim. Robles checks in, now comes set, has a look back at Morrow at second base. And Culberson squares to bunt, pulls it back, and takes ball one. The shortstop was not coming over. Vance was charging at third base. One ball and no strikes. Culberson 0 for 3 today, struck out his last time up. Number 9 hit in the order. A look back at second base. The pitch, he squares to bunt, gets the bunt down, picked up by Robles, who looks at second, throws to first in time for the out. Sacrifice successful. Vance had started in from third base and then scampered back to third. If Robles had turned immediately, would have been risky, but there could have been a play there. It was bunted hard enough, but he elects to take the sure out. Tying run at third, go-ahead run at second with one down in the inning. And that brings up the third baseman, Braden Jeffress. Second and third, the corners are in, middle infield back, and the pitch in there for strike. 0-1 the count. So Oregon State would give up the tying run here to protect, trying to give up the go-ahead run. That's why the middle infield is back. Robles in need of a strikeout or a pop-up. Looks at his pitch-com device. Now the right-hander comes set, facing the left-hand hitting Jeffress, the leadoff batter. The pitch to Jeffress. There's a chopper hit back past Robles. Charged by the shortstop. He throws to first. The stretch by Craig in time to get him. Inge throws out Jeffress, but the tying run is home. Pinch runner Morrow comes home, and to third base goes Stressler. 4-4 tie. The Wolverines have tied it up again. The DH Kate Lottahoff comes up. Jeffress did exactly what was hoped of him, put the ball in play. And with the middle infield back, I think even with them in, they probably wouldn't have gotten the runner at home. It was a high chopper. The pitch to Lottahoff. He swings and pops it up foul off to the right. That gets out of play. 0-1 the count. Lottahoff popped to second, doubled to left, grounded to second, flied to left. Michigan has never led. They trailed 2-0. They trailed 2-1. They trailed 3-1. They tied it at 3. Beavers went ahead 4-3 with a run in the bottom of the 7th. They've tied it with a run here in the top of the 8th. They have the go-ahead run at third with 2 down. Robles heaves aside, delivers, fastball high. Long curly lock spilling out all the way down almost to the numbers on Robles' back. Albert comes set. Stressler down the line at third. The 1-1 pitch to Lottahoff, and he takes one in there for a strike. Took something off. 1-2 the count. When Oregon State comes up in the bottom of the 8th, they'll have 2, 3, and 4. Talt, Hayes, and Hubbard due up. And they hope this game is still tied. Robles ready. 1-2 pitch coming up to Lottahoff. Number 2 hitter in the order, the DH. Robles delivers. Fastball high, and Galloway had to spring out of his crouch to keep that ball from the backstop. 2-2 the count. Does he go back to the off speed here? Robles heaves a sigh, puts the ball in his glove, takes it out. twisting it in his fingers as he looks at the PitchCom device on his left wrist to get the sign coming from Rich Dorman in the dugout. Now comes set. 2-2 pitch to Lodahoff. It's on the way. Breaking ball outside. Full count. Colby Turner is on deck. 4 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Wolverines. 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Beavs. Outfield straight away. Infield is playing Lodahoff to pull. 3-2 pitch from Robles. Swung on and missed. He pulled the string on 3-2. Great changeup. They get one. They leave one. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's a 4-4 tie on the Beavers Sports Network from Learfield.
At Oregon State Credit Union, we weren't just founded in Beaver Country, we were born a Beaver and have been part of the OSU family from the start. And we're proud to be the official credit union of Oregon State University Athletics. Right now, you can earn a $300 bonus when you open any checking account. Get rewarded and bank where your Beaver pride runs deep. Join the credit union that was born a Beaver just like you. Open an account online at OregonStateCU.com/checking or visit your local branch. Federally insured by NCUA, limited time offer and some restrictions apply.
As a locally owned company with 26 years in business, the Barbers are excited to support the Oregon State Beavers. Come in and get the works, a full-service experience including a precise haircut, relaxing shampoo, scalp massage, and a hot lather neck shave by the most experienced barbers around. When it comes to men's grooming, nothing beats a true barbershop experience. Come in and get yourself ready for game days. Book same-day appointments now online by visiting thebarbersonline.com. The Barbers, where guys go for great cuts.
Wolverines have left 10 runners on base, 8 on second or third. Gavin DeVote back to work for the bottom half of the 8th inning. He'll be facing Talt, Hayes, and Hubbard. DeVote a right-hander, Talt a left-hand hitter, Hayes a right-hand hitter, Hubbard a left-hand hitter. Ellie Kligman is the catcher for Michigan, not the other catcher, Brock Lightgib, who pinch ran for the starting catcher, Noah Miller. So Kligman is the catcher. Dane Morrow stays in the game to play left field after pinch running. So they have their third different left fielder. And here's Easton Talt. Morrow in left, Hager in center, and Stressler in right. Talt struck out, doubled home a run and scored himself in the 2-run 4th inning, then singled in the 6th. Righty to lefty, DeVote set, heaves a sigh, and the big righty delivers, and Talt takes a fastball that hits the outside corner at 92 on the gun. 0-1 the count. Talt 2 for 3 today. The pitch coming up to Easton. He takes one that goes to the backstop. 1 ball, 1 strike. Change up from DeVote. Easton has hit in all 4 games. Sadly, he does not use an Easton bat. He uses a DeMarini. 1-1 pitch coming up to Talt. Easton takes a slider in there, outside corner, which is interesting considering that his father got the idea for the name Easton when he was playing softball. He looked at the meat into the bat he was using, and it said Easton on it. He thought that'd be a good name for a son. And later on, he named his own son that. The pitch coming up to Easton Talt. Swung on a fly ball toward left field. Heading back on it, Dane Morrow, and he reels it in as he steps onto the track. Talt hit that ball a long way the other way. Talt could have tied the game on Friday against Michigan with a home run to right, but the wind was blowing in. Here, just a little light breeze, maybe blowing out to right, but he hit that ball to left. 1 away for Nyan Hayes. Flew out to deep center, single to left, and walked. It's a 4-4 tie here in the bottom of the 8th. Righty to righty, DeVote to Hayes, and it hit him. Nyan hit by a pitch, so it got him around the elbow, I believe, or maybe the wrist. He's holding his left arm. Oregon State has the speedster aboard. We just hope he's okay. The trainer, Jeremy Ainsworth, coming out to check on him.
It was a weird move from Jason Starkovich, the home plate umpire, because he came up to Nyan Hayes, who's now jogging up to first, and he seemed to ask him, did it hit you? Show me. And Hayes kind of showed him his elbow, and then Starkovich pointed to first as if that was confirmation. I mean, it clearly hit him. It bounced a different angle. The question was whether or not he tried to get, did he move out of the way? And that's what Tracy Smith is asking.
Well, if it's in the batter's box, you don't have to.
You don't have to move. Now, I'm not sure if it may have been in the batter's box or maybe just outside in that little sliver in between the plate and the box. And the rule is there that you do have to make an attempt to get away from the ball. And
Mitch Canham is going to go lunar if this is overturned.
I mean, he was starting to swing, so his arms were moving towards the ball. But that's a common thing. I mean, it's regular for players to move their arm into the ball, not because they're trying to get hit, because they're preparing for the pitch, they're setting up, they're loading, and then at the last moment they realize, oh, shoot, get out of the way, and it hurts worse that way. But it's not on purpose. He wasn't trying to get hit. So they should not overturn this, but they are reviewing it.
They've gone down the tunnel behind home plate, and so they're going to take a look at it. Nyan Hayes, for the moment, aboard at first with one down here in the bottom of the eighth. This game tied at 4. Michigan trying to go 4-0 here in Surprise. They already have ranked wins over Oregon State and Arizona. Beavers ranked 12th in the T1Baseball.com poll. Arizona number 24. Hey, we partnered with your local Toyota dealers to create the official fan club for your favorite pet, Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter, and Toyota and Oregon State will be giving away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more. Sign up your pet today at osubeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. That's BENNYS. osubeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. DeVoe going to take a couple of warm-up tosses while Oregon State, while the umpires take a look at this and see if indeed the call will stand, as Nyan Hayes was hit by a pitch. And here's the plate umpire, says that the call will stand. Hit batter. Nyan Hayes last year for Grambling State stole 25 bases and was caught twice. He was caught stealing on a pickoff move back in the 4th inning when he guessed incorrectly with the left-hander Wyatt Navarro on the hill. And he was caught stealing 1-3-6.
Also importantly from that is Michigan is out of challenges. They had used one earlier when Talt had doubled and A.J. Singer slid home. They challenged the safe call, were unsuccessful, so Michigan cannot challenge.
Bryce Hubbard, the hitter, hit by a pitch. Sac fly line out to right. Grounded out into a 4-6-3 key double play in the 6th. The pitch to Hubbard, he swings and foul tips it into the glove of the catcher, Kligman. 0-1 the count. Infield playing Hubbard to pull. He's hit the ball hard twice. That line out to right was smoked in the 4th, and the double play ball was hit hard. Hayes leads at first. He's not going. Hubbard takes a change outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Brady Casper, the first base coach, come on over to say something to Nyan. Pretty sure Nyan has the green light. Held on by Ossenfort. Picked to first. He scrambles back on his belly. 4-4 tie, bottom of the 8th. When Michigan comes up in the 9th, they'll have the thick of the order. Turner, Miller, and Ossenfort. 3, 4, and 5 due up. No one throwing right now in the Oregon State bullpen. 1-1 coming up to the Beaver DH. Hubbard takes one high. 2-1 the count. He works the count his way. Big pitch coming up here. It's a good count for Nyan Hayes to run on. Open hole where the first baseman would typically play, with them holding Hayes aboard. And Hayes goes, and the pitch swung on, and it's chopped up along third. Going to be a tough play. Charged by Jeffers. Throws to first in time. Hayes down to second. They send the runner, and the chopper to third. Nice play by Jeffers to retire Hubbard. And that is going to bring up Cooper Vance. Cooper Vance up for his first plate appearance of the day after coming on to play third base in place of Bryson Glasgow. Vance had a big hit on Saturday. Inside look at second. And back to the bag goes Hayes. He's the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Vance drew the leadoff walk in the 9th inning yesterday and scored the game winner on the hit by Proctor. Cooper takes a slider in there for a strike. Vance 1 for 8 this year. The hit was a double as part of the 5-run 7th inning against Arizona on Saturday. Hayes leads at second. Second baseman Turner bird dogging to try to keep him close on that play at the plate. And the slider's outside. One ball, one strike to Cooper Vance. Right-hand hitter against the right-hander Gavin DeVote. Look back at second at Hayes. The pitch to Vance. He takes inside and it hit him. Vance hit by a pitch. A fastball grazed his jersey. And that brings up the left-hand hitting Jacob Galloway. No one throwing out of the Michigan bullpen. Let's pause for station identification on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield. Two on, two out for the Beavs in a tie game here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Jacob Galloway, the hitter. Catcher who has played at both USC and Texas A&M. Flied out to left, singled and scored, doubled and scored. Galloway takes a fastball just outside ball one. He gets the count his way. Hayes at second and Vance at first. 4-4 tie in the last of the 8th. Left-hand hitting Galloway waits. Look back at second by DeVote. The right-hander delivers, and it's a slider low. 2-0 the count. Jacob Craig on deck. Galloway backs out of the left-hand batter's box to adjust his batting gloves. Looks down the third baseline. Looks at the meat end of his bat. Look back at second after Galloway climbs in, and the pitch on the way. That's outside ball 3. 3-0 the count to Jacob Galloway. Galloway last year, Texas A&M, got into 20 games, hit .220, had 1 home run. USC a couple of years ago hit .286 with 6 home runs in 58 games. DeVote looks at Hayes at second with a go-ahead run. The pitch on the way. That's taken outside ball 4. A hit batter and a walk. Still no one throwing in the Michigan pen. Bases loaded, 2 down for Jacob Craig. Craig has flied to center, singled to right, and struck out. Big Jake going to have to wait a moment while Tracy Smith goes out to the hill. There's no one throwing out in the bullpen.
Well, these two hitters back-to-back are about as opposite sides of the spectrum as you can get profile-wise. Galloway, like you were saying, contact hitter, not a ton of power. Craig is a home run, strikeout type of guy. The good thing for Jacob Craig, he showed in the Friday game, big hole through the right side, poke it through for a soft contact RBI single. I think they're going to shift him pretty hard again here in this at-bat. And all he's got to do is just find a hole. There's a runner on third. You don't need to score the guy from second with a hard single. Just anything through a hole will do the job.
And he had a base hit to right field in this one back in the 5th. Jacob, 2 hits in 14 at-bats this year, has struck out 6 times. He told me he's taken a couple of different approaches. Number one, he's trying to attack pitches earlier in the count. He said you can't strike out if you don't get to 2 strikes. And he said he's looking for more spin this year earlier in the count because he knows that's the book on him. Bases loaded, 2 down. righty to righty, devote to Craig, and Jacob, half swing foul ball hit the meat end of his bat. It was close to hitting him. He checked his swing, and the ball was fouled in the home plate area. 0-1 the count. Devote struck him out swinging on a slider an inning ago, so Jacob has seen him. Hayes at third, Vance at second, Galloway at first. Indeed, the infield is playing Craig to pull. The second base position is wide open, infield deep all the way around. And the pitch to Jacob, he takes one in there for a strike. 86-mile-an-hour slider, 0-2 the count.
That was the hittable one. I mean, right over the plate.
Indeed. 4-4 tie, bottom of the 8th inning. The Beavers have the bases loaded. Their first baseman, Jacob Craig, at the plate. 2 down. Devote fires plateward, slider, pull on the ground toward the left is short. Gobbled up by Culbertson. The underhand flip in time to Turner, and the inning is over. It was a slider, and Craig hit it fairly hard, but a routine ground ball to Culbertson, and the inning ends. We go to the 9th. We are tied at 4 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Pacific Power is proud to support Oregon State athletics by providing the safe, reliable energy that lights our campus, keeps our laptops charged, and powers opportunities every day. From the classroom to the weight room, from groundbreaking research labs to Research Stadium, Pacific Power is always there to help propel our students and our community forward. Pacific Power, powering your greatness. Let's go Beavs!
High-quality organic food should be available to everyone at a better value. That's why Safeway offers O Organics. Hundreds of USDA-certified organic products exclusively in our stores. From fruits and vegetables to chicken and olive oil and frozen treats to baby food, you'll find a huge selection of organic items for the whole family at Safeway. Food you feel good about eating and serving. Look for O Organics products throughout Safeway. O Organics. Organic for all.
Robert Robles came on in the 7th inning and left the bases, actually runners at first and second, as he struck out Evan Hager, then gave up a run in the 8th. He's back out there for the 9th. Are you 55 plus in the community? Have you ever wanted to be an Oregon State cheerleader? P3 Health Partners can make that happen. Go to osubeavers.com/senior cheer squad, osubeavers.com/senior cheer squad to learn more. Go to the 9th, tied at 4. More play. Here's Josh Warden.
All right, thank you, Rich. Robles ready to go in the top of the 9th inning for Oregon State. Once again, if the Beavs are going to win today, it's going to be on a walk-off. It would help to get some good pitching and defense here in the top of the 9th with the tie score of 4-4. First batter of the inning is Colby Turner, right-hand batter. So Robles has the advantage in that case as the right-hand pitcher. Infield shifted to the left. A.J. Singer beyond the bag at second and probably 10 to 15 feet to the left of it. First pitch of the 9th inning. High. And outside ball 1 on an off-speed toss from Robles. Turner has gone 2 for 4 today, an RBI single his last at-bat. He later scored in the 7th. Robles stretches. A swing and a miss. That one darted under the swing of Turner. 1-1. Turner went 1 for 5 on Friday against Oregon State. A single, but then was caught stealing. The wind picking up a bit out towards left field. The 1-1 delivery. Chopped at the plate, foul. Rolls up the third base side. Bounces into the Oregon State dugout where all the players are right up at the top wall, all the guys who are not in the field right now. Jacob Galloway is the catcher. The infield is Vance and Inge on the left side, Singer and Craig on the right. Now, though, Singer, like I said, really on the left side as the second baseman. 1 ball, 2 strikes from Robles. The righty comes home. A chopper over his glove. It goes to Singer, right side of second base, gets to first, and got him! A.J. Singer has to cross second base to get to that ball and made a good transfer and a quarter of a step in front of Colby Turner. Bang, bang play, but he is out. Robles nearly made contact with it. The pitcher reached up, and it was just over the tip of his webbing, but he trusted Singer to make the play. leadoff out. And now Ellie Kligman batting, the switch hitting catcher. Came in defensively. Here is Robles, and his fastball is outside to Kligman. Switch hitter, who is the third guy in this spot in the batting order and third catcher to appear in the cleanup spot. Miller and then Lightgeb pinch ran, never had an at-bat, and now Kligman. The 1-0, taken upstairs 2-0. I asked Ryan Vandenbrink today how well he knew Brock Lightgeb. These are two Portland guys, one on each team now. Vandenbrink knew him very well, one of his better friends. They trained together, were the starting catchers on opposite sides in the 2023 Oregon State Championship game. Here's the 2-0 to Kligman, fouls it back to the screen. 2 balls, 1 strike from Robles. Trying to give Oregon State some length. He came in to get the final out of the 7th inning, pitched the entire 8th. And now on to the 9th. We expect to see Jack Giordano next in the bullpen, out of the bullpen. Robles will go as far as he's allowed. Here is the 2-1 pitch from the righty. Taken, strike 2 on a curveball from Albert Robles to come back even. There is an Oregon State right-hander in the pen. I believe that's Giordano. He looks like he is ready whenever he's needed. Robles steps back on the rubber, working from the third base side of the slab. And his 2-2. Breaking ball hit back up the middle. Hayes comes in. He has no chance at it. It bounces once, and he grabs it in center field. It's a 1-out single for Ellie Kligman. The newcomer to the program singles against Oregon State. And now Matt Ossenfort gets his third at-bat of the day. He came in to pinch hit back in the 6th inning. Is 1 for 2 today. He had the game-tying RBI in the 7th inning. Oregon State took a lead after that, and then Michigan came back to tie it once again. The Wolverines have not led today. 4-4 tie currently. The pitch to Ossenfort, breaking ball, catches the upper part of the strike zone, 0-1. It is a bigger strike zone with a 6-3 batter at the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Infield push just a bit to the right side. Robles deals in an 0-1. Curveball away, 1-1. 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Oregon State and Michigan tied up at 4 runs apiece. The Beavs looking to finish out their time in Surprise 3-1. Michigan could go undefeated here in Surprise. A throw over to first. And Kligman dives back in safely.
In Kligman's 3 college seasons, he has attempted 1 steal. That came with Sac State a couple of years ago, and he was successful.
Takes a medium-sized lead, held on by Craig. The 1-1 toss. A half swing, Ossenfort could not hold back. No one nearly sawed him off it if he had made contact, and he couldn't hold back. Strike 2. Evan Hager is on deck for Michigan. The tournament MVP here in Surprise. Another throw to first. Kligman dives back. Again, he was named MVP since the college baseball series is over. This is a tacked-on game. The Friday, Saturday, Sunday games were officially part of the college baseball series. But Oregon State could win and get 3 wins here in Surprise. Here is the 1-2 toss from Albert Robles. Fastball swung on and whiffed. Strike 3. Robles gets the second out of the inning. It's a McDonald's strikeout for Albert Robles. A baker's dozen of those for the Oregon State pitching staff today. Brings up Evan Hager. The game-winning hit on Friday against Oregon State on a bloop single. 2 strikes and 2 outs. Oregon State had one of those earlier today to take a lead. A lead that has not held, but Tyler Inge put Oregon State up in the 7th inning. Here's the pitch from Robles, taken on the outside corner for a strike. Hager was the first batter to face Robles back in the 7th inning. There were 2 runners on And Robles struck him out to end the inning. So second time through the order now for Albert Robles. Runner at first for Michigan, tie game in the ninth inning. The 0-1 pitch popped up, foul, out of play, and Robles is ahead, 0-2.
Prior to that pitch, A.J. Singer, the second baseman, was looking over toward the Beavers dugout on the third base side, hands out, palms up, or does he have to say, where do you want me positioned? And they left in there basically straight up for a second baseman.
Tyler Inge, the shortstop, shaded just a touch towards the bag. 0-2 from Robles. He is set, checks the runner, comes home. Swung on a chopper right side. Singer dives past him into right field. The lead runner going to third. Talt throws to second. He shuffled, didn't get out of his glove quickly. No throw to third. Kligman had stopped at second, or at least slowed down. He wasn't sure if they wanted him to keep going to third. And Talt did not test the speed of Kligman. Shuffled a couple times, just threw it back into the infield, and now the go-ahead run is 90 feet away from Michigan. 2 outs, and we'll see who comes up to bat here. Dane Morrow pinch ran. And it looks like he will get an at-bat. Morrow is 1 for 1 so far this season. First and third for the Wolverines. Tie score, top of the ninth. Robles needs one more out here to send it to the bottom half of the ninth. His first pitch, taking a touch inside, ball 1 to the left-hand hitter. So a single for Hager, his first base hit of the day, and his 4th against Oregon State, including his 3 for 4 performance on Friday. He's at first, but the big run is at third. The 1-0, low and outside, not close. 2-0 from Robles. Robles up to 38 pitches on the day. He is the 6th pitcher that Oregon State has used. And now Jacob Galloway walks out from behind the dish to talk with Robles. They're not trying to save some more time for a reliever. The guy out there is ready. I believe that's Jack Giordano out there. There's a couple other guys that Oregon State could still use, but less experience, although Giordano not much more experience. He does have one appearance this year. Just became a pitcher last year at University of San Diego. They haven't pitched Calvin Gregory, Max Frazier, Trevor Kaiser, for example. But Oregon State probably feels best with Robles, albeit a bit stretched out now. Again, 38 pitches already on the day. He did pitch on Saturday, closed out the win over Arizona. After the mound visit, he's ready to go.
What a time for Dane Morrow's first career plate appearance.
2 balls, no strikes to Morrow, left-hand hitter, redshirt freshman. Runners on the corners for him with 2 down. Robles comes home. Fastball fouled back to the screen. Morrow on time with it. Wind blowing somewhat softly, right to left. Overcast. In the high 60s today here in Surprise. The Beavs would love to take their trip back to Oregon tonight following a win, but they got to get out of this inning. Tie score in the top of the ninth. The 2-1. A late swing and a foul ball chopped into the on-deck circle, and now Robles 1 strike away from straining the go-ahead run at third.
Remember an inning ago with the go-ahead run at third base? He struck out Cade Lodahoff on a 3-2 change.
40 pitches on the day for Hager, and now he's out. The inning is over. It's a pitch clock violation on the hitter, and Oregon State gets out of the inning with a mental mistake from Michigan. Morrow wasn't in the box early enough, and he strikes out on a violation. The first pitch clock violation we've seen in Surprise, either for or against Oregon State, and it's a strikeout with the go-ahead run stranded at third. As a batter, you have to be in the box looking at the pitcher with, I believe it's 8 seconds left, and Morrow was still outside of the box, just kind of swinging his bat, didn't realize the clock was ticking down, And the on-plate umpire, Jason Starkovich, says you're out. The coaches are talking to him, Michigan's coaches, and he says that's the rule. And Tracy Smith walks off after the explanation. That ends the inning. So we head to the bottom of the ninth on a pitch clock strikeout for Albert Robles. It's 4-4. Bottom of the ninth coming up after this on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Weyerhaeuser, a global leader in sustainable forestry and wood products manufacturing, is proud to offer a wide range of exciting career opportunities at our mills, distribution centers, and working forests across Oregon and Washington. Along with competitive wages, Weyerhaeuser offers full benefits and career growth and development opportunities in a great work environment with great people. Get started by applying online at wy.com/careers. Go Beavs! Weyerhaeuser is an equal opportunity employer.
Want to make a difference for Oregon State University students and alumni? It's as easy as becoming a member of the OSU Alumni Association. Whether you're an OSU graduate, a family member, or a big fan and believer, become a member today and get access to exclusive perks while supporting the university you love. Purchase a membership for yourself or as a gift at fororegonstate.org/join. That's fororegonstate.org/join.
Beaver Baseball brought to you by Pacific Source Health Plans. With plans for individuals, families, employers, and Medicare eligibles, Pacific Source does what's right, not just what's required. So we head to the bottom of the ninth inning after a pitch clock hitter violation. Strikes out Dane Morrow to end the top of the ninth inning, leaving the go-ahead run at third. Josh Proctor will lead off for Oregon State. Tied 4-4, bottom of the ninth inning. Gavin DeVote back out for the Michigan Wolverines. He's thrown 31 pitches so far. The right-hander comes set against the righty freshman batter. His first pitch is popped up on the left side. Foul territory. Jeffress running back. The third baseman unable to get there. And it lands in no man's land. About 200 feet up the left field line in the field of play, but harmlessly foul.
Proctor's a big boy. The freshman for Oregon State, 6'5", 235. You know there's pop in that bat. Would this be a good time for Oregon State's first home run of the year?
Oof. Gotten close a couple of times. Proctor behind 0-1 to DeVote. On deck is Tyler Inge, and then the top of the order. DeVote comes home, and it's taken low and outside, ball one. Michigan's outfield playing straight up to Josh Proctor. Infield in pretty standard positioning. Proctor with the long white pants, black and orange cleats, and the bright orange bat awaits the 1-1. Here it comes. Swings and fouls it right back to the screen, 1-2.
I think he got a slider to hit there.
Yeah, he was on time with it. Freshman with the walk-off hit yesterday in the bottom of the ninth. Trying to lead off in another tie score, bottom of the ninth. Here's the pitch. Swings late at another slider that ended up a bit outside, and he strikes out. Brings up Tyler Inge with one away, bases empty. Inge with an RBI bloop single in the seventh inning. Inge will hit from the right side against his former club. Played 28 games for this Michigan team a year ago. First pitch to him is a bit high and in, ball one. He made some bulletin board type material this offseason. Mentioned that his former club, talking about why he transferred to Oregon State and their competitive nature. He said, my former team wasn't competitive. That was the quote from Inge. He swings, line drive, caught by DeVote. The pitcher grabs it, and I don't think he realized the ball was in his glove until it was. That ball was mashed right back at him, and it caught him more than he caught it.
And after he caught it, hitter was about 40 feet up the line. Inge and DeVote stared at each other, and each smiled.
That was right back up the middle. I mean, I don't know how he just reached his arm out. It just went right into the glove. 2 down, bases empty, bottom of the 9th. A.J. Singer, the hitter, tie score. Singer takes a pitch, hittable one, outside half, but right in his wheelhouse. Strike one. The Glendale native trying to start a 2-out rally. Tie score in the 4th. In the 9th. If we head to the 10th, we'll see who comes out to pitch. Singer grounds one on the right side. A diving attempt past Turner into right field. A 2-out base knock for A.J. Singer. His first hit of the day to make a 7-game hit streak now for A.J. dating back to last season. He's aboard for Easton Talt. Righty-lefty matchup to favor the hitter Talt. Already has 2 hits today, not to mention a fly out to the warning track. His 2 hits are a RBI double in the 4th and a single up the middle in the 6th.
Oregon State's best extra base threat here in the early season. He has 3 two-baggers.
Taps home plate with his DeMarini and stares back at Gavin DeVoe. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th, high score. The pitch. Talt watches it go by, just a bit outside.
Probably going to stay away from him here with the first baseman holding Singer aboard. You don't want a ball down in that right field corner.
The outfielders are playing no doubles, more or less. Like you said, that right field line looks big here. Talt takes low for a ball. The right fielder, Stressler, I'm surprised they're playing him that far off the line, and with the center fielder that far shaded to the left. If Talt pulls a ball, Stressler is, or Dane Morrow, I should say, the right fielder, has a lot of ground in both directions to cover. The 2-0. Talt takes, just missed. He's ahead 3-0. Singer at first base. He is the walk-off run if he can come home this inning. 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. DeVoe set for the 3-0 pitch. It is inside, ball 4. Singer up to second with 2 down. Nyan Hayes will be the batter.
DeVoe now had 31 pitches coming into this inning. Let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 42 pitches. I wonder how much he has left in the tank.
There is a lefty warming in the bullpen, but a right-hand hitter at the plate. If they pull him, believing that he is tiring, they'll have to switch to a batter-friendly matchup, at least in terms of the arm side. Again, a lefty in the bullpen throwing, and Hayes, a right-hand hitter at the plate. Bryce Hubbard on deck if we get to him. But if Hayes gets a base hit, it could very likely score Singer from second base. Similar situation to yesterday in the bottom of the 9th inning. Tie score against Stanford, and Josh Proctor had the walk-off hit. That was with 1 out. Oregon State with 2 outs currently. There is a mound visit, but they have not pointed to the bullpen. And Tracy Smith walking off the field. It looks like they will not make a change here. Gavin DeVoe up to 43 pitches. 1 out away from the first extra inning game here in Surprise. 1 base hit away from another walk-off for Oregon State. 4-4 tie, bottom of the 9th. 2 down, 2 on. Singer at second. DeVoe set, and his pitch to Hayes. Taken at the knees. Good pitch from DeVoe. Strike 1. Third baseman playing in, middle infielders back, and a touch to the left. Outfield comes in shallow. Just a touch shallow. Here is the 0-1 toss to Hayes. Takes again, similar spot. Another good pitch. It's strike 2, 0-2. After DeVoe walked a man on 4 pitches, the mound visit seems to have helped. 2 straight well-located tosses. 0-2 on Hayes. DeVoe staring at Singer. Now his pitch. Swung on and missed. Hayes misses the breaking ball. It's a 3-pitch strikeout. The inning is over. 9 innings in the books, and we are tied up 4-4. First game with extras here in Surprise on Getaway Day. We'll head to the 10th when we return, 4-4 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
In Beaver Nation, baseball isn't just a game, it's a legacy. From the first pitch at Goss Stadium to the final out in Omaha, OSU fans show up with pride. And now, there's a new way to support the team you love. Plans starting at $15 a month. Beavs Mobile contributes to Oregon State Athletics every time you pay your bill. No contracts, no hidden fees, just real support for the Beavs. If you believe in this team, make the switch. Beavs Mobile, the wireless service built for Beaver Nation on the T-Mobile 5G network. Visit beavsmobile.com.
Hey there, Beaver fans. Holt Ag Solutions is proud to be your premier dealer for top tractor brands like Massey Ferguson, Fendt, and more right here in Oregon. With expert technicians and quality parts, we are here to support your operation from start to finish. Stop by any of our Oregon locations to see the latest models from Fendt, Massey Ferguson, and all your favorite ag brands at Holt Ag Solutions. Or call 888-HOLT-006 to talk with one of our ag experts today.
All stolen bases by the Beavs this year brought to you by Steel. In baseball, being good means being consistent. And consistency in outdoor power equipment is Steel's strength. Real Steel, find yours. Visit steeldealers.com and go Beavs. New pitcher into the ballgame for Oregon State. It is Jack Giordano. The 6'1" sophomore right-hander from the University of San Diego comes in extra innings. We're on to the 10th, with Oregon State and Michigan knotted up at 4 runs apiece. Josh Warden alongside Rich Burke here in Surprise. We're not done with baseball yet in Surprise. We want a little bit more, some free baseball here in the Grand Canyon State. Oregon State will travel back to Oregon tonight. Their flight isn't until 9:30 tonight from Phoenix, so they've got a bit of a window here. So I'll try to check on the getaway drop dead time, but I think we're good for at least a little bit. 20-year-old Giordano on the mound. He has made one appearance so far in his Oregon State career. Saturday against Arizona, 1 scoreless inning, 1 hit, 1 walk, and a couple of strikeouts. Although 2 inherited runners did score, including an error that he made on a pickoff attempt. Has a clean inning here. Brendan Stressler, the batter, left-hand hitter. First pitch of the 10th inning is a curveball strike. He has a fastball, slider, curveball. Curveball is his rarest pitch. He drops it in there to open up his relief appearance. His 0-1 toss. Swing and a miss. Another breaking ball, and Stressler is out in front. Stressler's 4th plate appearance for a guy who did not start this game. A couple singles and a strikeout today for the left-hand hitter. The 0-2. Another breaking ball, not close. It bounced a foot in front of home plate. 1-2.
The 3 consecutive pitches, all 76, 77 mile-an-hour breaking balls. I believe that's his curveball. And as you say, that's his 3rd pitch.
Here is the 1-2. Fastball got right by the barrel. 96 on the gun from Jack Giordano. You pull him in with a couple breaking balls, give him some soft things, and then 96 right by him. Strike 3, 1 away in the top of the 10th. Brings up Drew Culbertson, right-hand hitter at the bottom of the order. Braden Jeffress, the leadoff man, is on deck for Michigan. Infield shifted to the left side. Outfield playing straight up. First pitch, a check swing. It was in the zone. Strike 1 from Jack Giordano. Last year, a 10.47 ERA for Giordano. Learning the ropes of being a pitcher. He was a catcher in a two-way last year. 0-1, fouled back. He's ahead 0-2. He was starting to transition away from hitting. Still got 11 at-bats last year for San Diego. Just 1 for 11. But you could see some of this stuff. A lot of strikeouts. He had 21 strikeouts in just 16 2/3 innings. He's ahead 0-2, and now time is called. The wrist guard came off. Now, Michigan just had a batter violation last inning. This is a situation where even though he stepped out late, well, for one, batter can call time once in at bat. Secondly, they have a special rule for obvious situations like this, like if a bug flies in your eye. So he can call time. It's fine. Here's the 0-2, and it bounces in front of home plate, ball one. Culbertson stepped out and pointed to his wrist guard. Something had kind of fallen off his arm, and just took him a second to put it back on. Giordano steps back on the slab. Nobody on base, one out in the 10th inning. Is 1-2, just outside and high. Culbertson squared to bunt. And he must have really been thinking he would, because with 2 strikes, he can't just be showing that to mess with Giordano. He's got to protect here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Corner infielders playing back a bit. Here's the pitch. Fastball just missed outside. It was close, but Jason Starkovich was correct. It was a ball, just off the plate. 3-2 from Jack Giordano. The go-ahead run at the plate. Nobody on, 1 out in the top of the 10th inning. Here's the pitch. Popped foul, out of play. A bit late on the fastball. Giordano lost his glove.
Looking like Gavin DeVoe will be gone after his 3 innings. In the bottom of the 10th, probably Preston Barr. He's warming about in the bullpen. The sophomore got hit hard, gave up 3 runs in his first outing earlier this weekend.
The payoff pitch, breaking ball, swung on and missed. Back foot breaker, and Culbertson was fooled by the spin. Strike 3, 2 down in the top of the 10th. Culbertson punches out. Giordano has struck out both batters he's faced. That's now 15 strikeouts for Oregon State pitchers, 15 McDonald strikeouts. Top of the order now, Braden Jeffress, left-hand hitter. Here in the top of the 10th, a 4-4 tie. First pitch, heater, is low, 96 miles an hour. Giordano is on the watch list for the best reliever in the nation this year for a guy who had a 10.47 ERA last year. 1-0 pitch is outside, and a big reason is because he's so raw. You'd think if any guy's going to improve a lot, it's a guy who wasn't pitching until a year or 2 ago. He's going to improve a lot quicker than a guy who has been pitching his whole life. The 2-0, way upstairs, 3-0. Jeffress steps back in. Nobody on base for Michigan. Tie score on the 10th, 2 down. Here's the pitch, a fastball right down the middle. 3-1. Jeffress does not have a hit today. He has an RBI ground out, 2 free passes. 0 for 3. 3-1 pitch. He squares to bunt, takes inside, ball 4, and the go-ahead run is aboard for Michigan, a 2-out walk. Cade Lottahoff, the designated hitter, comes up now. He does have a double on the day. Another one of those would perhaps score the go-ahead run. Oregon State outfielders will move back a bit. Deepest in the corners. A double would be trouble.
Right-hander Connor Mendez in the Oregon State bullpen. He just made his first warm-up toss from the mound.
Giordano in his first work of relief for Oregon State. Deals, fastball, hits the outer black. He gets ahead of Lottahoff. Lottahoff doubled off of Trey Morris. Feels like a long time ago. Morris was in the game. It was the only hit that Oregon State starter allowed. A throw to first, and Craig picks out the pickoff attempt. Giordano's one error a couple days ago was on a pickoff, and that one he threw in the dirt, but Craig did well to dig it out. Lottahoff steps in for the right side. The 1-strike pitch, fastball to the backstop, and this will advance the runner to second base. A wild pitch. Jeffress into scoring position now. 1-1 the count from Jack Giordano, who lost control of the fastball. Jacob Galloway, who went back to the backstop, retrieved it, now walks all the way from the backstop nearly to the mound. Hip to hip with Giordano, and after a brief conversation, walks back behind the dish.
Oregon State starter Trey Morris, 4 1/3 innings, 1 hit, 1 run. He was excellent. 3 perfect innings. In every inning since the 4th, starting with the 4th, Wolverines have had at least 1 runner in scoring position.
Here's the pitch, a ground ball to short. Inge backhands, has time, goes to first. Perfect throw, inning over. Giordano is pumped up, yelling at his own dugout. He gets out of the inning, stranding a runner in scoring position. We head to the bottom of the 10th inning, a 4-4 tie for Oregon State. They'll send up Bryce Hubbard when we return on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services is your local nonprofit dedicated to providing employment opportunities to veterans and those facing physical and economic challenges within our community. Founded by a veteran in 2013, Blue Sun Inc. has helped more than 2,500 people find employment opportunities, resulting in more than $21 million in net wages going back to the local economy. To learn more about Blue Sun Inc. and how you can help provide employment opportunities, please visit bluesuninc.com. Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services, proud to partner with Oregon State Athletics. Go Beavs!
The Oregon Potato Commission has teamed up with Oregon State Athletics to let everyone know how nutritious and performance-enhancing potatoes are. Did you know that potatoes are one of the most nutritious foods you can eat? Potatoes have more vitamin C than a grapefruit and more potassium than a banana. That's why Oregon potatoes are an integral part of the Power Pack diet specifically designed for Oregon State athletes. They serve as a great fuel for athletes, giving them the energy they need to train at their best. As alumni, supporters, and growers, the Oregon Potato Commission is proud to support Beaver athletics. Go Beavs!
Into the bottom of the 10th inning here from Surprise, Arizona. The Beavs fresh off a walk-off win from yesterday. Their only path to victory today would have to be by the same method. They're in position to do so with a tie score, a clean inning, or a scoreless inning. In the top of the 10th, Jack Giordano strands a man at second base. So Bryce Hubbard will lead off in the home half of the 10th inning. It'll be Hubbard, Cooper Vance, and Jacob Galloway, the scheduled batters for Mitch Canham and company. And it looks like a new pitcher. Preston Barr comes in for Michigan. Preston replaces Gavin DeVote, who went 3 scoreless innings for Michigan. And now Preston Barr, the Michigan native, 20-year-old, making his first appearance of the season. Second year in the program, 18 innings last year, and a 7.23 earned run average. Right-handed pitcher, left-handed batter. First toss at the bottom of the 10th. Hubbard takes inside under his hands. He backs away from it, ball 1.
Got some velo to him. That was 93. Got hit hard in his first outing this year. Last year as a freshman, 18 2/3 innings, 25 hits, only 7 strikeouts.
This is the third time that Hubbard has been the first guy to face a new pitcher. 1-0 pitch, a high fly ball to right field. If it stays fair, it's gone. It is fair! A walk-off homer for Bryce Hubbard. First homer of the year for the Beavs. They swarm him at home plate. Bryce Hubbard crushed that ball. I couldn't even see how far it went. First batter of the bottom of the 10th. And he hit that one back to Loomis. Hubbard's first hit of the day. And the first batter faced by Preston Barr, his first appearance of the year, and a rude welcome to 2026 for him. Hubbard gets a Gatorade bath. I don't know if they have time to do laundry before they get on the plane. That one might be soggy by the time it gets back to Oregon. Bryce Hubbard, the hero, back-to-back days with a walk-off winner for Oregon State. Yesterday, it was a little single through the right side. Today, a mammoth homer for Bryce Hubbard. A solo shot to lead off the 10th. How about that, Rich?
What a time for his first Oregon State extra base hit. Incredible.
Amazing. He only started 5 games last year. You're right, no extra base hits. He only got 33 plate appearances. The